a joyous Thanksgiving, and we welcome you all back here to Union University basketball. And it's time for the Mark Campbell pregame show as we take a look at today's upcoming contest against West Georgia, another Gulf South Conference matchup. And Mark, the ladies have had a week off, and after you get those first two conference games under your belt, positive or negative to be idle for that long?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, probably not a good thing, especially when you're going to play against a team that plays a bunch of zone. And we haven't done a ton of zone stuff this year until we played Delta State the other night.
Well, I was going to ask you about that. What is the real challenge, particularly on offense, taking on a team? Because you don't play a lot of zone, but a lot of times when you do, you really mess up the other team's game plan. What is the biggest challenge about playing a zone as opposed to a man-to-man?
I think the challenge is that we don't play against teams that play zone very often because of we're a really good shooting team. And so just a matter of getting flow from transition into exactly what we want to accomplish against the zone. And I think shooters tend to be more focused on getting shots instead of looking inside. And so you just have to make sure your purpose is the same, whether you're playing against a zone or a man.
Now, particularly with the kind of intense defensive pressure that we've seen in these first two conference games, how is this West Georgia team skilled in trying to cope with that? And are you still going to employ that as much as possible during this contest?
We're going to play the same way all year. They're an athletic team. They've played against some teams that have pressed, and so we've gotten to see a little bit of what they might do. I think that we've just got to make adjustments playing the style we play as games go on. And so for us, it doesn't mean we're going to change our philosophy based on who we play, but it does change how we know that they're going to attack so that we can make the necessary changes.
Mark, your team has managed to force more than 30 turnovers a game and averaging 33 points off turnovers. That's almost unheard of. And particularly, even though I know we're just 2 games into it, that's huge. And it's got to be really a major factor that you look at as far as defense of being able to pick up those points off the other team's mistakes.
Yeah, I think more than points off of turnovers, I think just possession, Steve. Shots on goal matter because we're going to play some really good teams that aren't going to allow us to score points off turnovers, but we'll have more shots than they do because of the turnovers. And so there's a bad turnover and there's a really bad turnover. A really bad turnover leads to points immediately, and a bad turnover just means we turn the basketball over, and then we'll have a chance to set up a little bit defensively. And so I think as the year goes on, I'm going to have a better idea of how we can employ the way we're playing better and make adjustments as the year goes on, just because people are going to attack the press differently. And we have the ability to change up where we trap and all that stuff too. And so it's just a matter of employing a new way to play and trying to figure out all the adjustments that need to be made over the next few months.
Mark, I think that probably means we'll add 2 abbreviations to the categories, a BT and an RBT. Really bad turnover and just a bad turnover.
There's a really bad one. Really, I mean, throwing the ball out of bounds is a bad turnover.
Yeah.
Throwing the ball into somebody's hands for a layup, that's a really bad turnover.
Really bad turnover. Okay. if that, I hope it doesn't happen during the game, but if it happens, I'll mention that. Really bad turnover. I'll say that you coined it. Finally, before we let you go on this one, just from these first 2 conference games, what have been the things that you've taken away that you're pleased with?
I think we're playing harder. I think that how hard you play is measurable, and it's measurable visually. And so physically, I think we're playing harder. I think that our girls have bought into the fact that we're going to be a team and almost everybody's playing. And they're going to give their very best effort for short time periods. And some people, it's going to affect a little bit with how many points they average. And I don't think anybody's concerned about any of it. So that's been really good. I think we have a long way to go to get better in the press, and yet it's been effective. And so that's an encouraging thing. I think we're a really good shooting team, even though we didn't shoot that well against Delta the other night. I think we're elite shooting basketball, one of the better teams I've had as far as multiple people who are what I consider dead threes. In other words, you just can't leave them open. It's gonna go in most of the time, and so that's exciting to me. I think our post play has to get better. Part of that's us feeding the post, and other is our post players just knowing exactly what I want, where to seal, and the proper technique to be able to do that, timing to be able to do it, and developing some confidence down there.
Well, Mark, it's been an enjoyable first 2 games, and we wish you a lot of luck as we approach this third one in just a few moments. And so thanks so much for your time. And so now we'll go down to the floor and give you the starting lineups. And let's go to those starting lineups live from Fred DeLay Gymnasium on David Blackstock Court for West Georgia. Stephanie Torres, she's a 5'6" junior from Orlando, averaging close to 10 a game. Caitlin Dunning is a 5'5" freshman from Kennesaw, Georgia. Same thing, averaging about 10 a game. Onidi Sintip, she's one that she got a 50% average shooting from the floor. Peace Okeke, she is from Nigeria, transfer, and she came from Davidson Academy, 10.4 per game average and 10 rebounds. She's going to be the big offensive gun, along with Aaliyah Washington. She's a 5'9" freshman from Dallas, Georgia, averaging 10 a game and nearly 5 rebounds. Now let's take a look at the Lady Bulldogs starters. For Union, it's going to be the Lucas sisters once again. Shanique averaging 11 a game, had an excellent one this past Thursday night. Kasharna also going at the guard at 5'11". They're both from Papua New Guinea. Samaria Thompson, known as the Bug, she's from Dyersburg, averaging 6 a game. Allie Winnan, the freshman from Cleveland, Ohio, a 5.5 per game rebounding average. She's averaging 11 a game herself. And Bethany Dillard, sophomore from Maumelle, Arkansas, averaging 8.5. And I must tell you, though, there's going to be a lot of bench points scored because Mark will shuttle in a new team every 2 to 3 minutes. And it's about time for us to go down to the floor, and let's have the starting lineups and our invocation as well as the national anthem. And we're about set to see these starters introduced on the floor tonight. And happy Thanksgiving weekend to everyone. I trust that Thursday on Thanksgiving Day it was a great day for you and yours wherever you are. And it is great to welcome, along with the regular viewers on our network right here in UUathletics.com, ePlusTV6 and ePlusTV6.com, our Canadian friends who are watching on the Roku Stream On app, and our good friend George Brunet. George, it's good to have you and all of our good friends from Canada watching Union basketball this afternoon. And for those of you who have been watching our Thanksgiving Day Marathon on ePlusTV6 and on the app, it will resume around 6 o'clock immediately after these two games are over today. And I'll just jump right here from the gym right back into the studio. We got a brand new one for you at 6 o'clock. There's Shanique Lucas and her sister Keisha from Papua New Guinea. And Samaria Thompson, full of energy, and she'll do a lot of things with and without the basketball today. Allie Winnan, the freshman who has already made her mark as a Lady Bulldog. And Bethany Dillard from just outside of Little Rock. And we're set to go. Union coming in 2-0, and both of them were conference victories. West Georgia is 3-2 on the season, but they are 2-0 in the conference. So this one is going to be a battle for leadership in the Gulf South. Union Lee and West Georgia have a half-game lead over West Alabama and Alabama Huntsville. So we will be seeing a lot on the line this afternoon as everybody gets closer to December. And to jump it is going to be Winnan against Peace Okeke. And on this Thanksgiving Saturday, we're ready to go and let the games begin in Union with the tip. This West Georgia team has come in here and given Union fits on David Blackstock Court many, many times. But Union so far, 88 points a game and holding their opposition to 47. West Georgia has been outscored 61-64, and there's Bug Thompson with the first basket of the day. And Union will go to this relentless all-court press all afternoon long. Most of the time bringing three, putting the big pressure up front. That time, West Georgia managed to escape it, and we got a foul trying to spirit that ball away, and let's see who that's going to be on. It's going to be on Stephanie Torres. So Union will play it underneath, and West Georgia is going to try its own measure of a half-court trap. Almost out of the range of Lucas. And you hear Mark Campbell yelling, "Code Red." We're going to see what that means here. Winnan has almost a box around her, and it is Bug Thompson with her first three of the season. She was 0 for 4 up until that point, and Union leads it 5-0. And that intense pressure, you will see Mark bring in a new team about every 3 minutes. Sometimes he'll bring in 4, sometimes he brings in 3. Almost stolen by Shanique Lucas. They only got 5 seconds to get it across midcourt. And just barely made it. Now they only have 15 to set it up, and the officials are going to confer on this one. And they call it a jump ball, and the alternate possession will go to West Georgia. The Wolves, 3-2 on the season. They played some tough competition before they got into the conference race. And with 10 on the shot clock, going for the bomb, and that one's an air ball, and the rebound to Keisha Lucas. Now look at Shanique. He's going to try to go down to the lane, but instead finds the open player, and it's in and out. Bethany Dillard had it, and it looked like there was a can on that cylinder. And there's a steal. Down the stretch she goes. Shanique Lucas for the layup. Union already a 7-0 lead, and we're barely 2 minutes into this first quarter of play. And here comes the posse coming back in to knock them off. That's 4 new ones. Shanique Lucas will stay in. She tends to be the one that is the iron woman of this team. She'll play more minutes than anybody else, but you're not going to see her this season play 32, 36, even a full 40 minutes. Mark will bring her in and out, particularly at strategic points if Union has a comfortable lead. Lauren West in there on defense, and there you go, almost a steal, and it was. Lucas, the jumper. Yes! It's 9-0, folks, and they're already having a Thanksgiving party or an after Thanksgiving party, and we've got timeout. Lady Bulldogs on top, 9-0, right here from Fred DeLay.
We realize you have a busy lifestyle, and at the Bank of Jackson, we're here to help you fulfill all of your financial needs, personal and business loans, mortgages, online banking and bill pay, and so much more. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Now, I'll remind you, we're not going to see much in the way of a student presence here at this afternoon's doubleheader because they're still mostly all home. Those from long distance may be heading back late tonight, maybe to get here if they've got things to study for at the start of the week. Finals are not until week after next here on the Union campus. And we are back here once again, and our official is enjoying that gum that he's got in there, and I don't know what brand it is. Maybe it's Wrigley's Double Mint. Under 8 minutes to go, and Union already on top 9-0, and they're going to bring 4 up front. And this has already created problems for West Georgia, but they managed to break it that time. Double spin move and a high bank shot goes through. Excellent job by Sintip for West Georgia's first basket. Shiley Morrison, tipped away, and Union got a break on that one because that was going to be out of the range of Jordan Little to catch up to. So Lauren West to toss it in. Lauren's averaging 8.5 a game. She had an excellent first conference game, was in double digits. This is not going to be a team that has a lot of players. Oh, my goodness, and that was the case of just simply Leah Caldwell looked away. That's not a Leah Caldwell move. And nobody feels worse about that than she does. She's the leading scorer on this Lady Bulldog team with 13.5 per game. But once again, they go into that. This time they're bringing 3 up front. Double team the ball and just make it, and Leah just could not stop her momentum. I know she probably feels at this stage, boy, this is not my afternoon, and it has started out not that way. That's your first Union foul. Union up 9-2. We got 7:19 to go in the first quarter. They got to hurry to get it in, and they finally do. Beautiful campus West Georgia has in Carrollton, Georgia. And they again work it around the perimeter. They got to hurry. 7 on the shot clock. And they were triple teaming the ball, but they got the bank in there, and it was not. And it goes off of the fingertips of Torres, and so it will be Union ball. And now once again they're bringing a press, but West is going to have help because there you go. Going for the big bomb. No, it rimmed out. And underneath, the follow is there. Right there was Leah Caldwell, and she just released it very quickly, and Union's up 11-2. Caldwell's got to be careful of that second foul. but almost stole it away, and it is, if it's a, Union has it. If it was going to be a jump, it would have been Lady Bulldog possession. And taking a step. Yep, Lauren just took one step before she went in for the dribble. That's one of those that our old friend Fats Domino used to sing. I'm walking, yes indeed, I'm talking, I do believe. You got to get in at least one song per game because it lifts the spirits of my director, Christopher Reasons. And West Georgia in all kinds of trouble. They got a 2-on-1 situation and almost tossed it away. And that one just went nowhere, but it was tipped away by Naomi Van Ness as Union has another batch of reserves off the bench in there. Union will have more bench points than anybody in the conference this year. Big high arcing three is off to the left. And thinking about going for it again was Dunning. Torres wanted to, but Caldwell might have just been right in her face. Torres tries to take it all the way, and I got to handle her spirit because the foul is called on Van Ness, and she was determined to at least get an opportunity to go to the free throw line, and that's exactly what she's going to do. Stephanie Torres averaging 9.6 per game, but she is 83% from the free throw line in the first 5 games for the Wolves. And you expect her to be delivering from the stripe. This young lady from Orlando, Florida. And again, West Georgia with their press. And that was a gambling pass, and Caldwell had to come back across midcourt to retrieve it. Van Ness, even with 3 on her, almost made it through, but she'll go to the line for 2. She was triple teamed down low, and I think West Georgia, when you're facing somebody 6'6", you have no choice but to just to try throw everything at her. Naomi from Dorchester, England, and a transfer from the University of North Carolina. I haven't had a chance to ask her if she became at least an adopted Tar Heel. She's a graduate student working on her MBA. Almost got the Plinko drop, but it didn't quite go. She's in the McAfee School of Business here at Union University and missed them both. Union still up 11-4. We aren't halfway through this first 10 minutes of action, and that one just went out of control, and it's going to be a foul. Unfortunately, what happens is when you lose a ball like that sometimes, in an attempt to try to retrieve it back, you commit the foul, and that is exactly what happened to Aaliyah Washington. That's 3 team fouls in the quarter on the Wolves. Union is committed 2. Remember, with quarter play, when you get to 5, it's the bonus, and it's not a 1-and-1. It's a 2-shot situation. 20 on the shot clock for the Lady Bulldogs. Van Ness is calling for it. She's got such a height advantage on all of her defenders. She's coming up high to set a screen. And inside, and Caldwell could not get it up high enough, and Torres the rebound. Stephanie, for a guard, she picks up 3 rebounds a game, and that's an excellent contribution. Now they're going to spread the offense out a bit. Torres thought about going for that jumper from about 10 feet out. And the bank is there. Maya Timberlake, who's in the game now. She's from Norcross, Georgia, and a steal, and the layup is there. That is what Mark Campbell said in the pregame interview is a real bad turnover as opposed to a bad turnover. Is you give up one and you give them an easy basket. The Union's got it spread out, going for the 3. Yes! Leah Church, another transfer from UNC. And Union back to the 6-point margin and back to that intense press. And that almost got out of control of Torres, but she saved it. She's got good balance on the floor. Oh, my. It is an offensive foul. Excellent job of defending by Keely Robinson, and here come the reserves. Cowboy Curling back out onto the floor to do his surgery for the wet spots. And Shanique Lucas back in at the point. And they navigate it well. They got most of the starters in there now, except for Anna McCready in at the post. And the three. And right through the heart for Bethany Dillard. So Union back up by 9 at 17-8. And we got 3:20 to go here in this first quarter. Big long bomb. Air ball. The Union's going to let it slide as Stephanie Torres tried to hit one from 28 feet and was just completely out of control. Almost too long. On the inside, McCready with that curl layup, and it just didn't go. Oh, she had the advantage on it, and it went just too far right. I know her parents just hang right on the edge, almost stolen away, and it is going to be Union ball. And again, that's that. I have not seen in all the years, and I've seen some great ones, but I have not seen a Union team play the kind of defense that they are with this new strategy this year. As I say, it reminds me of the old Clayton State teams about 15 years ago, and I think that's going to be another travel. Jordan Little took that one step, and it ended up getting her a traveling violation. And they'll play it over here on the side, right by the signature of David Blackstock, the legend, who many people say it may be Fred DeLay Gym, but David Blackstock is the man who built this gym into a place of champions. And I don't think anybody would doubt that. And Mark Campbell has continued that tradition as the Lady Bulldog coach the past 23 years. Double spin move and an excellent bank, but it just would not fall for Becca Ledford. She gave it everything she had. Oh, McCready is just too far out of range for that. They were trying to get a give and go on transition, and it was just too far beyond the fingertips of Anna. They're double teaming once again, and they're on the line. Yep. She dribbled it right on the end line. No, instead they're going to call a foul on Union. Well, that one surprised me. They called that on Keisha Lucas. And here you go. Union forcing another turnover. And it's Dillard. No! But the follow is there for Keisha Lucas. Oh, my goodness. That was like a wheel of fortune that stopped on lose a turn. Torres has got an opening and was just a little indecisive about dishing off. And the foul is going to be charged to Anna McCready. So Mark brings in the fresh faces in here to try to challenge, up 19-8 with 98 seconds remaining in the first quarter, and it's Peace Okeke, the leading scorer for this team. They have held her in check pretty much for the large part of this first quarter, and in and out. Peace is a 69% free throw shooter. Let's see if she delivers. No, missed. Those are the kind that just make you have Tylenol headaches. Big 30-footer, yes! Leah Cauble No hesitation. That's why she's shooting 60% from behind the arc, and Union up by 14, trying for the answer shot, and it is there. Union not back down on defense quickly enough. It's 22-11, down to the final minute of this first quarter. There's been a lot of offensive action in it, plus Union's intense defense. And that was one just released it a little bit too quickly, and traveling is called. She was on her knees. So Union will play it again underneath with 55 seconds to go. And to toss it in is Bug Thompson. Union with a brand new 30 because that was off a turnover. They go inside to Winnan, and instead it's going to be from outside. Yep, there you go again. Lauren West with a 3, and Union with 25 here in the first quarter. And against Winnan, and Winnan thought she had position, but that was excellent offensive intensity as Winnan is charged with her first foul. So West Georgia, who's had a number of opportunities from the line here in the first quarter, as Mark brings everybody over to talk about what to do in this final 34 seconds. And it's Ranaja Verdell at the line. She's from Toccoa, Georgia, the home of the Toccoa River Gorge. And I can tell you the first time as a kid that my family drove alongside that, I think that was about the most frightened I have ever been. I was just hoping my father was not going to find a slick spot in the road because it would have been curtains. And the Plinko drop does not fall. So Mark, watch for Mark unless they get a wide open shot. Watch for him to try to just use as much of the time off this clock as is possible. You'll treat it as if it is the final shot of the quarter. They're down to 12 on the shot clock, and we're getting down to 3 seconds on the game clock. Now they're going to have a play to go inside. And they dribble it. And going for the bomb is called right on the horn, and it's in and out. And Winnan could not get it. She was trying to get it back away, and it was knocked away beautifully by the defenders, and Union unsuccessful at making that one work in the final play of the quarter, and still takes a 25-11 lead. And we will take a break for these messages just for you.
Buying a home is a major milestone, and at the Bank of Jackson, we want to help you achieve it. Our mortgage specialists can assist you with conventional, VA, FHA, or construction loans, as well as USDA and THDA development loans. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Dub and Susie Oliver, who are back from a wonderful trip that they enjoyed in the Middle East, and I can tell you they had if you can go to Dub's Facebook page and you can just see some of his emotions from the final day they were there. I went with Dub and Susie along with my wife, and let's see, I'm trying to get my math right here, 29 others from West Tennessee with the Union University Alumni Office on a trip to Germany, Austria, and Switzerland during the course of June, and we had a marvelous time there. And I'm trying to do everything possible to try to get you some stats here, but we are, through this season, have been having an issue with our stat provider, electronic stat provider, and that is Sidearm Sports. And Union's going to commit a turnover to start the quarter. 25-11. And so the Wolves will take it as if it's their first possession. And they didn't have to face the intense Union pressure. Mark somewhat backed off, and they're in the middle and just could not get between the Union defenders. And tipped away beautifully. Nice job by Leah Cauble forcing the turnover. And they go to the inside for the three. Thompson, her second one of the day, and she hasn't had any until this afternoon. So Bug is lightning Bug from outside today as Union leads it 28-11. And once again, another turnover. And Mark, just a minute into the quarter, brings in a whole new troop. And slowing it down, Shiley Morrison. You get to know so many of these Lady Bulldogs because everybody gets a chance to play. Under 9 minutes to go. Tipped away. And it was last off of the fingertips of Dillard. It was tipped first by her defender, and so Union committing 2 turnovers already in the first minute of this second quarter. Trying to bring it down slowly. The floater off the back of the iron, and they get the offensive board. And a big three off the back of the iron again. This time Lucas is high for the rebound. And wide open is Keisha, and she just pushed it. Keisha had a lot of fire behind that shot, but it was way too far. And that's going to be on Keely Robinson. Union's first foul of the quarter. Union committing more personal fouls than we typically have seen them do in the course of the early season. We'll remind you, we'll be back here on Monday night with the Lady Bulldogs in a non-conference game against one of their old-time foes, Trevecca Nazarene. And they slow the tempo down once again. And the bank shot is way off the mark, and here you go with Keisha, and there's nobody going to stop. Down the stretch she goes. She saw her sister wide open, and it's 30-11. Lucas to Lucas. And Lady Bulldogs bench is getting fired up, and stolen again by Shanique. And they've got it down the court, and Keisha overshoots it. I think this place would have erupted if she had made that happen. My goodness, what a first quarter and second quarter this has been for the Lady Bulldogs. And going to the deck hard, Shiley Morrison. And so it's going to be Wolf basketball because of Union's foul on Bethany Dillard. Oh, let me check that. That one, we had Keely Robinson, and we've got one on Keisha Lucas in there. So Bethany just went out. It's a little less than 7.5 to go. They work the perimeter again, and this offense has just been one that has been amazing so far to navigate 88 points a game. And Keeley just couldn't get it up high enough in the square, and the foul. And I don't think Mark liked what he saw there. And he's going to get a whole batch of newcomers in here. He's got Naomi Van Ness back in. And she's going to have a height advantage off of anybody that she challenges. They had about 1.5 seconds to get it across midcourt. And that pass was just way too crisp. And the foul on Bug Thompson. And she's shaking her head at that one. But that's the 4th foul of the quarter on the Lady Bulldogs, and that's the 2nd on Samaria. So she's going to come out, and Leah Cauble quickly comes back in. Bug is the one that just really, she is the plug-in for this entire Lady Bulldog team. And they go almost all the way back down to the opposite end of the floor. That Union defense was so relentless. And watch them. They just had a difficult time getting anything underneath this afternoon. Working against Van Ness, and it rims off, and it did hit the iron before the 30 seconds, but Shanique Lucas got the rebound. And let's see what Shanique sets up. She got 15 on the shot clock, and the curl on the inside, and the foul is going to be on Maya Timberlake. And checking in, Aaliyah Washington comes back in. I want to thank our outstanding executive producer of UU Athletics, Stephen Aldridge, for doing a yeoman's job trying to get our electronic stats back up. It is not the fault of the people here at Union. It is in another area of the country, and the long bomb is there for Lauren West. That's her second from behind the arc today, and Union is up 22. And the travel right there, you could almost see it. Washington, she really stutter stepped between whether she was going to go for the three and go for the drive in, and they're charged with a turnover. And the foul. That's on Caitlin Dunning, her first. And that is the second team foul on the Wolves. We got 5:33 remaining, and Union comfortably ahead 33-11. Taking it slow, Shiley Morrison. She's an excellent traffic director on the floor, but now they got to hurry. And they got it open to Cauble. And that one is just a case of maybe one too many passes. I think Leah needed to go ahead and release that three. And that goes off of the back of the foot of Leah, so it's going to be West Georgia ball. Sometimes, and you're getting close to the end of the 30-second possession, there are times that you can just sometimes pass it one time too many, and you got to go ahead and try that shot. And we got subs coming in again. This is going to be Becca Ledford back in from Blue Ridge, Georgia. 5'7" freshman that went to Fannin County High School. I'm familiar with all those North Georgia counties. And 5-second violation. So Union will play it after forcing another turnover. And again, just taking their time. A lot of confidence on this Lady Bulldog squad. And West tries to go into traffic. Down to 6. Somebody's going to have to pull the trigger. And they do. And it's there. Jordan Little. They left her open. Nobody picked her up. And that's what you call using 27 seconds out of a possession to come up with a three, and the foul is on Lauren West. Just got a little bit too close there and made contact. And that is probably going to send, that's the 15 foul. So that after we come back from our media timeout, that will send West Georgia to the free throw line. Union leads it 36-11, back in 30 seconds.
Are you looking for a Christian college or starting the college search process? I want to take a second to tell you about my school, Union University in Jackson, Tennessee. Union is a private 4-year university known for its rigorous academics, Christ-centered community, and the success of its graduates. My favorite part about Union is the faculty. The professors here are so intentional about helping students grow not only academically, but also spiritually. You should check out Union for yourself. Come for a visit. I know you'll love it. At Union University, you'll be transformed.
Well, we actually have some stats we can talk to you about here. Union shooting 58% from the floor,
They're 48% on the season, 14 out of 24. Three-pointers, 62%, 8 out of 13, and you have had 6 different players to hit from behind the arc. And the Lady Bulldogs have the edge rebounding, 13-11. They've committed 8 turnovers so far, but they forced 14 on West Georgia. The Wolves shooting 27%, 4 out of 15 from the floor, 25%, 1 out of 4 from long distance, and they're 2 of 6 from the free throw line for 33%. So it has been a tough afternoon all the way around for West Georgia. Union, with points off turnovers, has the edge 18-4. So they will go to the free throw line, whereas we said they're 2 out of 6 on the day. And Ledford gets it. So Becca with her first point of the afternoon. I want to welcome all of you, moms and dads, grandmas and grandpas, aunts and uncles and cousins and brothers and sisters and good friends who couldn't make this trip from Carrollton to be with us today. And we're glad we can bring you the game here on our Bulldog Network. I know you're proud of all these young ladies wearing blue this afternoon, as are the parents of the Union Cardinal and Cream. Almost, and it was just a pass that was completely out of the range of Allie Winnan. Bounce passes are so much tougher in today's intense defenses, and that was at a weird angle. And Union is giving all kinds of problems, almost a 5-second violation. Going for the three and connecting. Excellent job from the corner for Washington. Union by 20. We got 3:45 to go in this second quarter. That's to Winnan. And she tries to make that turn. It's a jump ball, and the alternate possession goes back. And Mark does not like what he saw. And he's trying to instruct his team, go for the ball and don't leave her hanging out there with 3 people on top of her. So trying to make a bit of a rally and getting behind the defenders, and a good curl inside. Good job by Aaliyah Washington. She's got 5 on the afternoon, and they've closed the lead to 36-18. This is one thing that Mark Campbell does not want to see his team put on the brakes despite a large lead, and it's there in the foul. Intense drive on the part of Bethany Dillard. That gives her 5. Bug Thompson is Union's leader and the game's leader with 8. But Bethany will go to the line for a 3-point play. Some people call this a 3-point play the hard way. She's a pre-physical therapy major. A lot of the Lady Bulldogs from this program have gone on into types of medical work and to be physical therapists or people who have done that. Laura Crittenden Duck, she did physical therapy on me, and I can tell you she's the best. Down to 13 on the shot clock, and that one was forced, and that's because Winnan would not give an opening on the inside to Okeke, who has been held scoreless this afternoon. And they go in. They're going to double team Allie again, but this time it's going to be Union's ball. And they'll get, Mark's going to get a trifecta of substitutions in. Couple of freshman mistakes there on the part of Allie Winnan. So far in the afternoon, 8 different Lady Bulldogs have scored, 6 Wolves. Open is Lucas. And off the back of the iron. Torres the rebound. Torres has really been on those boards this afternoon. She's picked up 3 of them, and that's her season average. And here goes the steal. Here goes Keisha. Down the stretch she goes, and it doesn't. I guess we should have said down the stretch she goes, and the ball refuses. So she had a perfect coast-to-coast right there off that steal, and that's a frustration when you lose one like that. And they'll bring it back down to the opposite end after the foul with 2:05 remaining in the half. And Union up 39-18, and Keisha will come out. And that'll send Okeke to the line. She is 0 for 2 from the line so far. Gets very quiet in the place during free throws. If the student section is here, it even gets quiet for the visiting team when they shoot. That's Okeke's first point of the afternoon. She's had a hard time from the floor. She's missed all 5 of her shots. And they reached the 20 mark with 2 minutes remaining in the first half. I have a feeling Mark will have some comments about this second quarter because I don't think he's probably too happy with their execution. And the turnover. So once again, Union coughs it up, and that is the 11th turnover for the Lady Bulldogs in this first half. That foul was on Van Ness. And Union staying with 3 up front, even 4, and McCready was trying hard to snatch that one away. And directing traffic is Washington. They have not given Okeke a good look at the basket, and she couldn't get one there, and she's going to go to the line again. So you got to hand it. This West Georgia team is not folding over just because they got down 22. And they actually have, at this stage of the game, a little bit of a run, a 9-6 run on Union. And Peace at the line for her first one off the back of the iron. This young lady comes in here averaging 10.4 points a game and 10 rebounds, and Shanique Lucas is going to be sent back in very quickly, hopefully to try to, I know what Mark Campbell hopes, to settle down some of these offensive mistakes. And Keely Robinson will check back in as well. 39-21 game. A little less than a minute and a half to go. And here goes Lauren West to toss in. Shanique is one that pays attention to coaching, and that's one thing that Mark has enjoyed about her. And as I mentioned in our last telecast, they have a younger sister that's several years younger, but is probably on the watch list of Mark Campbell for future years. Jordan Little checks out, and Leah Cauble is back in. Somebody is going to have to go to the ball. Mark was imploring them to do so. They got 15 to shoot. All right, here's Robinson. And there you go. Left-hander for Cauble. That's one of those situations you run over it time and time again in practice, but it's a timing pattern to get that ball on the bounce pass and get your offensive player down to the basket. And that's exactly what happened. So Cauble once again is piling on the points. That's 7 for her. She is not the game leader, but she is Union's leader in average on the season with 13.5. And they're going to go to the corner but not try the three. And she missed a wide open layup. Union with 35 to go in the quarter. Shanique calls the play. She's looking over to Mark Campbell and almost has it knocked away. They got to go in 10. And they tried to get it on a give and go to West, and it was just too far out of the range of Lauren. Needed to be a little bit higher lob. So West Georgia will have an opportunity for the final basket. Yeah, I tell you what, Bethany Dillard thought about getting that steal. Down to 6. They're going to have to hurry. Torres, I don't know if she knows how much time. She puts up a wild one, and it's just a little bit right of the iron, and it doesn't fall. And so Union, with a 16-10 edge in the second quarter, goes to locker room on top 41-21. Now, let me give you some totals here. We finally have our stats working once again. And scoring for West Georgia, Aaliyah Washington is the leader with 5, and Maya Timberlake with 4. So you end up actually with one of your bench players and one of the starters with 9 of the 21 points, but it's just been hard to get anybody else open. They've held their leading scorer, Peace Okeke, down to 3. And then for Union, it's between 8 players, just divided out. Samaria Thompson, who's had her first 2 threes of the season, has 8, 7 for Leah Caldwell. You expect her to be up there. And then 6 each for Shanique Lucas, Bethany Dillard, and Lauren West. And so that's the leaders for the Lady Bulldogs, who are shooting 57% in the first half. But I got a feeling Mark's not going to be too happy about the 12 turnovers. So here we go to the locker room. 41-21 is our score. And as usual, at halftime, we have the opportunity to visit with Coach Dave Niven and get a preview of what we can expect for the men's half of this doubleheader that comes along right after. Well, I always say right after, but it's 27 minutes after this game is finished. And then we go to the men. So anyway, let's go visit right now with Coach Dave Niven.
It's halftime of our Union University women's half of the doubleheader between Union and West Georgia. And now Dave Niven joins us, the coach of the Union Bulldogs. And we're going to be previewing this afternoon's men's half of the doubleheader. And Dave, good to have you with us. I trust you had a great Thanksgiving. And let's focus a little bit before we go into this. We won't spend a lot of time on it, but we'll look back at the non-conference game against McKendree on Tuesday night. Dave, that was one of those games that you made a couple of runs, but it was like, I don't know, it's like your credit card ran out when it came to 3-point shots, because it was a tough night on the floor for that.
Yeah, we had a hard time scoring. Our defense was pretty good at times, but ultimately, not good enough. We gave up 13 threes, and that ended up being the difference in the game. They made 13, we made 2, and I expect there's going to be times that we have a hard time scoring, particularly early in the season, and so we have to be a lot better defensively. And so while our defense wasn't awful, it wasn't good enough. Letting them shoot 46% from the field and make as many threes as they did. Every time we made a mistake defensively, they capitalized on it, and that's what good teams do. And that was a good team. I think we learned some more about ourselves, and hopefully that'll help us play better on Saturday.
Well, I know you told me before the season that you wanted the non-conference matchups to be as difficult as possible to show this team just how good they have to be. Of course, McKendree has always been one that, regardless of it was the Harry Statham era or the young coach who was here on Tuesday night, they're always tough on this floor or their own. Let's fast forward into today's game coming up after we finish up with the women today. Let's focus on today's game against West Georgia. Now, they've got some frontline people that have some strong resemblances to McKendree.
They're good. They're a good basketball team as well. They've got their best players returning from last year in Zavatekis, and he's a tough cover. He can score from a lot of different places, a lot of different ways. So yeah, this is a good team coming in. We're back to conference play, so everything is I think just one of those games where you realize how important it is, even though it's still November and it's early in the season. It counts just as much as a big conference game late in the year, and hopefully we'll show some improvement over where we were on Tuesday night.
Yeah, this is Avatakis guy that we called his name a lot last year, and looking at his numbers right now, he's in the upper double digits and is really a strong leader on this ball club. And they're a team that also forces a lot of turnovers, and I know that's going to be a challenge as well. When you are just here at this level of the season, when we're not even a month into it, and yet you're already having to deal with conference play, that is what is required. You can't go back and rewind the tape on that. But when you're in this kind of situation, in particular, how difficult is this to get focus really zeroed in on the fact, okay, like you just said, this one today means just as much as one you're going to play on February 20th.
Oh, I don't think it's hard. It's different, but I mean, we're preparing the same way we did for our non-conference opponents. We're preparing the same as we do for late season conference games. It's all the same. We'll watch a lot of film. Our guys have video to be watching today before we practice, and they'll be prepared. And we need to keep getting a little bit better all the time. I think we had a letdown defensively on Tuesday. We need to eliminate those kind of things, and as we get better offensively, namely learning how to take care of the basketball consistently, and find where we're going to have some perimeter shooting, where that's going to come from, where we're going to be able to go to get baskets. As we learn those things, that combined with what I think is going to be a really, really good defensive team, I think you'll see us start to play a lot better. But right now we're still early in the year, and we're trying to figure all that stuff out. And having, some of these new guys are starting to show us some things. Lane Server really did a nice job defensively in our game on Tuesday night. Still a little bit apprehensive on the offensive side of things, and he's got to get past that and realize there are ways he can make plays for us on the offensive side of things. But he's earned minutes based on his defense, and so I think we'll continue to see some of these new guys emerge and find their roles, and that kind of stuff we'll get to see as the season progresses.
Dave, you don't see a lot of zone defense in this conference, but when you do, what is the biggest challenge dealing with a zone as opposed to a man-to-man?
Main thing is I think players have a tendency to want to come down and shoot quick without getting the ball inside. And so we really want to attack every zone by getting it inside, either off the dribble with guard penetration, or a post feed into the high post or the low post, short corner, somewhere we want to get the ball inside. And then we want to attack a zone that way. So always from the inside out. Zones typically pack it in, and they will allow you to shoot the basketball from deep, sometimes with very few passes. And so that's the challenge always is figuring out how to get it in there, and having players that are patient enough to get in there, and players that understand how they, in particular, how their skill set works to get the ball inside against the zone. And so that's something I think there's a good chance we'll see at least a few possessions of zone today. West Georgia typically comes out and plays a 2-3 zone, and so I think we'll see some of that today. I don't expect to see it a lot, but I do think they'll try to mix it up and throw some of that at us.
I want you, in closing here, to reiterate something that we talked about, but because we had a shorter time frame with the single game on Tuesday night, we didn't have the opportunity to share this with the viewers. But you told me about hustle points that you and your assistants really judge and semi-grade your players on. Tell us what hustle points are and what the different categories are that you look at when you award them.
Yeah, it's really, it's part of our team identity is to win the hustle play. That's one of four characteristics that we really try to hammer home to our players that this is who we're going to be. And the hustle play is we'll chart it based on deflections. So anytime on defense that you can get a hand on a ball, tip it, even if we don't come up with it, that's a good play. So deflections give you 1 point. Offensive rebounds are a great way to show hustle on the offensive side of things. We have 6 or 7 guys on our team that are designated as crashers, and we will chart to see what percentage of the time that we shoot it do they actually go crash, and we will report that back to them. And so we're looking for some of our big guys to go 90% of the time, some of the guys that are on the perimeter of 80% of the time. And then if they get an offensive rebound, that's another point. So 1 point for deflections, 1 point for offensive rebounds. Then we give you a lot of points if you can take a charge. It's a hustle play, something that we have a goal to take 2 every game. That's been a hard goal for us to get. We got 1 against McKendree. Dushan did a nice job of taking a charge, but that's worth 5 points. And then anytime there's a loose ball, one of those balls that could go either way, 50-50 balls, we want to be first to the floor. And if our player is the first guy on the floor to go get it, we come up with it, that's another 5 points. And so we're trying to get 40 points every game. We feel like if we get 40 or more, then that's winning the hustle play. And so that takes a lot of deflections. It takes a lot of offensive rebounds. It takes some charges and guys hitting the floor. And those opportunities are there every game. The chance to take a hit is there every single night. The chance for a loose ball to come up with it and dive on the floor, that's there every single night. So we try to emphasize those things, and that's one way that we have a goal each game of trying to win that.
That's why I say I always learn a lot when I'm talking to this guy, because hustle points and how it's broken down is really something that I think really helps the viewer. And I'll make reference to this during the game today. It's just like in our interview with Mark Campbell earlier, and he told me the difference between a bad turnover and a really bad turnover. So I guess we call those a BT or an RBT. We'll put those characteristics on the stat sheet. Dave, I appreciate it as always, and we look forward to an exciting game this afternoon on the floor and wish you a lot of good luck.
All right. Thanks, Steve.
And back we are at David Blackstock Court. Let's give you a look at the halftime statistics between the Lady Bulldogs and the Wolves. How about this? This is keeping right in pattern for Union, and it's above the season average. Union, 16 of 28 from the field, 57%. West Georgia, 29%, 6 out of 21. 3-pointers. Union has just been through the roof this season, but today way over the average. 8 out of 14 for 57%. And West Georgia, 2 out of 6 for 33. That defense has just really kept them from firing long distance and only shooting 25% from the season. That's not West Georgia's strong suit. In free throws, Union 1 out of 3 for 33%, and West Georgia is 7 of 12 for 58. Union with the edge in rebounding, 16-14. And in turnovers, this is the one area I know that Mark Campbell is probably not terribly thrilled about right now. Union's given up 12 turnovers, 15, though, they forced on West Georgia, much of it from the press. But in points off turnovers, Union has picked up 18 points off turnovers to 10 for West Georgia. And it's just been another complete performance overall. It was a strong first quarter, 25-11. Union had the edge, and then sort of eased off the brakes a bit, and it was 41-21. That's your halftime score. Now, let me remind all of you, we're going to be right here again on Monday and Tuesday night. Monday night, we'll have a women's game only, and our airtime's 5:45, tip-off at 6. against Trevecca Nazarene, and it's a non-conference game. Trevecca always brings a lot to the table. And then Tuesday night, we're back here again, another 6 o'clock tip-off. 5:45 is the airtime, and that'll be the Bulldogs as they take on North Georgia. Not West Georgia, but North Georgia in a non-conference game. So we hope to have you here in person. If not, be with us right here on the Bulldog Network. And let me also remind you, for those of you who have been watching our TV Classics Thanksgiving Marathon, we resume it as soon as the men's game is over this afternoon. We'll be back at 6 o'clock with more of our 103-hour marathon that includes Union University basketball this year for the first time. So the players getting to come back out on the floor, and it's going to be Aaliyah Washington to toss it in as the first possession will go to West Georgia. Washington with 5 points, leading scorer for West Georgia. West Georgia is averaging 61 points a game, but they have given up 64 a game. Long three to try to see if they could open up something up early. And here goes the Bug, and she is going to try to bite somebody. Instead, dishes off for a three that was in and out, but Lucas is right there for the offensive board. Inside to Winnan, and she's fouled. So Allie goes to the line for two. The foul is charged to Sintip. That's her first of the afternoon. When Shanique Lucas comes down with those offensive rebounds, and for a young lady who is 5'8", she can really get up on those boards and crash them. And Allie gets her first point of the afternoon. That's 9 Lady Bulldogs now that have scored. And in and out. And all kinds of pressure in the backcourt. And they finally navigate it through. Torres thought about going for a three. And they work the perimeter again. But Union's defense is just, this man-to-man has just been so intense. Tipped by Lucas, who forced that turnover. That's the 16th for West Georgia. Bug needs some help, and she goes to Winnan, who has it. Perfect give and go. And Union already on top by 23 to start the half, and there goes the press again. Now, they're going to have numbers down the floor. They got 3-on-2. That's the situation that you sometimes will give up, and I think they're going to charge that one to Winnan. Nope, they charge it to Keisha Lucas. That's her second. No, I believe that's her third foul. It's a third on Keisha. So that will send Washington to the line. The gamble you have with this kind of pressure is if the team breaks it and breaks it early, it can leave an advantage in the numbers down at the opposite end of the floor as Union faced that time, and Washington was robbed. That was like a pinball machine. West Georgia tied with Union and Lee at the top of the conference by a half game at 2-0. And Keisha Lucas is going to come out, and already we've got a minute and 18 seconds into it. Got reserves in. Everybody gets playing time in the way this offense is constructed. And that was just an inadvisable pass. And Union commits its 13th turnover. We'll see if that becomes a real bad turnover, because Mark says if you give up points off of one of those, it's a real bad turnover, an RBT, as he would put it. If you saw his pregame interview, and on the drive in, the foul is on Bethany Dillard. And that's her first of the afternoon. As I say, Union has been committing more personal fouls in this game, and once again, another threesome checks in. You got Keely Robinson and Jordan Little, and I couldn't see who the third one was that checked in. 5-second violation. And that has to be just impossible for an offensive player to just not find anybody open, and you give it up with 5 seconds. Cauble, who usually has a hot hand from outside. And Leah, again, they're down to 12 on the shot clock, and Jordan Little has been waving for the ball over on the left. But it is Lucas with the jumper. She has 8. She and Thompson are the leaders for the Lady Bulldogs. And once again, they're going to beat it down the floor. They've got a 3-on-2 and trying to take it all the way, and it was an excellent job of knowing when to release that ball. The foul is charged to Jordan Little. So that'll send Peace Okeke to the line. She's 3 of 6 from the strike this afternoon. And she has had a rough time of it. She's had 2 of those misses that have been about like that one. They were in the cylinder and just decided to drop out. So she's 4 of 8, and Union's up 46-23. Union with 22 points off turnovers this afternoon. And the offensive foul. And I believe she's going to charge that to Lauren West, trying to set that screen. And so Lauren has committed her second. Shanique comes out, and Bug Thompson comes back in. The only person in the game in any kind of foul trouble is Keisha Lucas with 3. But the way Mark substitutes, that's not really a crisis situation. Getting close to the 7-minute mark in the third quarter. And once again, they're going to work that perimeter and go for the bomb. And again, in and out of the cylinder. Dunning thought she had one, and it just would not drop. And right through everybody and going to the line will be Keely Robinson. Keely has a long body extension, and she's very deceptive for a young lady who goes 6'0", 6'1". So she'll go to the line for 2. And off to the right. Keely would be the 10th Lady Bulldog to score in the game if she drops one here, and does. And we actually have a better turnout today than we did Tuesday night for the men's game. It's not spectacular again because the students are still away from home. I should say away from campus as Torres delivers the layup. Bug thought about it, and she has had 2 3-pointers today. Manages to get it back. And it is West. And it is 3. Lauren with 9. She's now the game leader. She's hit all 3 of her 3-point opportunities, and Union's up 50-25. And there they went. They had the numbers. And another one for Torres. They had a 2-on-1 situation. And that is 4 for Stephanie. The pride of Colonial High School. Yeah, Bug was saying, somebody come to the ball. 10 on the shot clock. And Bug, nowhere near. Oh, my! There you go, a Bank of Jackson 3-shot. I am telling you, that is not something that Mark had her work on in practice. But that was one of the most brilliantly disguised bank shots I've ever seen that went for a 3. Trying for an answer shot was Torres. And on the drive-in, they're going to charge that one to Jordan Little. And that's the 15th foul on Union, so they will go to the line for the bonus. And checking back in for Union will be Morrison, Van Ness, and Leah Church. I wish that you would have, during shoot-arounds, I wish that you would have Samaria out there and just let her see how many times she can bank home a three. And the reason I said, oh, no, that's way off to the right, because nobody tries to bank a three or a three-pointer in, but we have just seen history in the making for Bug Thompson. Samaria with 11 in the game today. And this is Torres, and gets the second of her two to make it a 53-28 game. And Union's got to have help. Morrison finally gets it. And she's going to have it. Finally gets the screen from West to get it across midcourt. .15 on the shot clock. And they go inside to Van Ness, who lays it home. Now that's a tried and true Mark Campbell offensive play. Just lob it into your big gun underneath. And at 6'6", Van Ness usually has the advantage on almost everybody she plays, and losing it out of bounds. That was a tough one for Okeke. Actually, that was Washington, and we got timeout. 55-28 Union leads, back in 30.
Championship DNA. That's what you find at Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way. A full line of new Chevrolets plus West Tennessee's largest used car inventory. State-of-the-art service work and pre-approved auto loans online at JonesChevroletHumboldt.com. Shop with a winner. Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way. The most important benefit when you buy from Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way? Peace of mind. Jones Chevrolet's warranty forever comes with every qualifying new and pre-owned vehicle. Powertrain coverage for as long as you own your vehicle. Find out more at Jones Chevrolet in Three-Way.
Jones Chevrolet, another one of our fine sponsors that we have here at Union University Basketball, and we encourage you to either go by or at least contact via email or online and let them know that you appreciate Union University Basketball on uuathletics.com, on ePlusTV6, ePlusTV6.com, and on the We Are Streamers on a Budget app on Roku. And again, saying another hello to our good friends from Canada and in other portions of the United States who may be watching us on Roku this afternoon. 55-28, Union on top. It hasn't really been a question since the first quarter when it was 25-11. Union got out to the early lead 11-2, and it's just been a tough afternoon for Joanna Wright and her Wolves. Union takes it slow. Shanique Lucas back into the game. She's just, as I say, she's like a firebrand when she's out there on the court. Dangerous cross-court pass to, and Keisha just was robbed, and they're going to charge Shiley Morrison with a foul. So Shiley picks up her second. And they will not shoot that. Yes, they will shoot that foul. That is the 16th foul on Union. And I didn't understand because it was not an offensive foul, so I didn't understand why they were doing that. So they'll go back down to the opposite end of the floor. So far in the afternoon, 10 of the 28 points for West Georgia have come at the line. And Torres is 3 for 4. And so she has been the strength of this offense this afternoon with 8 points. Give her 9. She has a season's average of 9.6. I'm sure she will eclipse that today against Union. And again, Union working that perimeter. Lob it into Van Essen underneath. She gets it. So that's 4 for Naomi. And again, double teaming the ball and almost stolen. And are they going to charge it? Yeah, they are going to charge that one to Leah Church. So it goes back down at the opposite end again. This is where most of the offense has been coming of late for West Georgia. And this will send Aaliyah Washington to the line. Aaliyah with 6 on the afternoon. She's 1 out of 2 at the stripe. And she delivers. Washington on the season with 10.2 average and a 4.6 rebounding average. And she's a 73% free throw shooter, and most of the time you expect her to deliver both of them. Boy, Van Ness is calling for that ball again. She's got such a huge height advantage, but they threw it into traffic. They're going to scramble for it, and the alternate possession will go to Union. That's what I like about a tall girl who will go down and fight for it on the floor just like the guards. So Union to play it again, and Cowboy was not off the floor yet. They're having a mild discussion at the opposite. It was a friendly one. They couldn't lob that one high enough to get it back to Lucas. They got a 2-on-1. And the bank is not there, and Shiley comes down with a rebound. 3.5 to go in the third quarter with Union up 25. It was 41-21 at halftime. And you can hear Mark yelling. Offensive adjustments. And a foul going to the deck hard, and it's going to be an offensive foul charged to Shiley Morrison. 3:18 to go, and so here come the troops and the exchange of the troops. For Shiley Morrison, that is her third foul of the afternoon. She and Keisha Lucas with 2 each, with 3 each. Double teaming that ball, and they tried to get it off of the foot. Instead, Bug's going to take it down and draw the foul. That was just instinctiveness on the part of Samaria Thompson to get that steal and then put that layup up, because inevitably you're going to get fouled. So they'll go to the line again after we have a timeout. 3:06 to go. Union on top, 57-32. Some of the fans that you see here today that have made their way out to Fred DeLay Gym to see the Lady Bulldogs remind you that immediately after we have a 27-minute between games intermission, then we'll be back here for the start of the men's game between Union and West Georgia. Bulldogs trying to get back on track after a non-conference loss to McKendree this past Tuesday night, in which they just had one of those nightmarish games from behind the arc, 2 out of 20, and that's one that I know Dave Niven and the entire team hopes is just out of sight, out of mind as they go into today against a West Georgia team that will definitely challenge them. And we again say we hope that all of you have had a very happy Thanksgiving season, and as we make the transition to Christmas, that it will be a very pleasant one for you and yours, as the officials are looking back something on the replay. And that's one of the reasons that the players were called over. The officials are checking something out. And they'll have a discussion just a little bit beyond the center circle. Anna McCready. Something is obviously amusing to the Lady Bulldogs, who are waiting to go back on the floor. And Anna with a big grin there. So we're again waiting to see what the discussion is about at center circle. And I know they are not discussing whether they have any leftover turkey in their refrigerators. Now, one or two of them may. We don't at our house, but now they're going to come over and talk to Mark about this, and I don't know what the story is. The Wolves are about to approach. All right, let's see what happens. All right, Bug is going to be at the line. And she'll have to. She is a business administration major, and I can tell you I hear many, many good things about this young lady as a student. From just up the road about 45 miles in Dyersburg. Got them both. Bug is doing it all this afternoon. That's 13 points for her. As Union, and that one's just going to go astray. They're going to try to negotiate and say, and it may have been off of Thompson's fingertips, so it apparently is. And so it's going to go back with Aaliyah Washington to toss it in. From some of the fans' angle, it looked like that one was just an astray pass, but it was knocked out by Thompson. Torres, I've been really impressed with her play here today, and she does not quit on this floor. Big bomb is off the back of the iron. And is it an over-the-back foul on Thompson? No, it is going to be on Washington. They go the other way with it, and so Washington commits her third. She's the first one in any kind of foul trouble for West Georgia as we're about down to 2.5 minutes. Here's McCready. She is not a bad ball handler. Set a perfect screen. They couldn't get it, but Keeley could not get it back up, and it goes off her fingertips. Keeley had the track on that one, and it just went too high off the glass and bounded out. Union still shooting 61% from the floor this afternoon. It's just been uncanny what their percentages have been throughout this season. They're not going to hit their season's average of 88 points today, but it's going to, and another whistle away from the ball. And I'm not sure what that call. Oh, I think once again we have shot clocks that are out of sync. And I'm not sure whether one of the clocks has not gone completely out. I think they may have to. This may be one where they have to do the, as we call it, the Ray Eaton strategy of when in doubt, reboot. So players get to come back over and have the equivalent of a timeout. And I think they've got them back in sync now. All right, they have 25 on the shot clock and 2:11 to go here in the third quarter. And Union by 27. And that one's too wide. The press bothers them once again, and that's their 20th turnover of the afternoon. And the Bug thought about going down the lane. And this time it is Keeley who goes down the lane. Robinson has 3 now, and so far today we've had 11 Lady Bulldogs to score. Only McCready and Robinson, who have played, have not chipped in. They got plenty of time to do that. The foul is called on Keeley Robinson. That's her second. And here comes the exchange once again. You've got what, with the exception of Lauren West being in there, you've just about got a lot of the starters. Leah Church is in there. Jordan Little. Shanique Lucas. And I can't tell over there. I think Allie Winnen's back in there. And off the back of the iron. It's been a tough afternoon. 14 of 23. I know that West Georgia is on the season is a 68% free throw shooting team, and that's a bit below their average. And got the high arc, the range just right. 61-33, down to the final minute and a half in this third quarter. And they're going to work that perimeter. And inside, and the foul. And that's going to be the 15th foul on West Georgia, so Union will go in for 2. Pace of the game has slowed because we have been to the free throw line so many times. So Winnan goes to the line. Alley with 3 on the day, 1 out of 2 from the stripe. And the left-hander delivers. And if she gets another one, Union could be up 30. And she does. 63-33. Union is 8 out of 12 for 67% from the free throw line. Lady Bulldogs shooting 74% for the season. And slowing that tempo down once again. Mark is yelling instructions, knocked away by Jordan Little. And let's see who comes down with it. This is going to be a big scrim. It looks like a bowling ball that's going down the lane. And you're sliding down it, hoping to get it before it hits the pins down. And he's signaling first down, West Georgia. So the Wolves will toss it in, trailing Union by 30. And Cowboy has got to get off the court again. I think Mr. Curling, has been negotiating with his agent to get more camera appearances. Double teaming the ball once again. They've been doing that all afternoon, and it has given West Georgia fits. Singer, Sophia Singer, who's in the game. She's wearing number 11. And offensive foul. And that was perfect defensive strategy. So Timberlake commits. And Mark is yelling the play out to them. Jordan goes for the 3. No, way short. And it's too far behind. Some people ask the question, well, if the player is in the air, can they tip it back in? Not if the ball has already gone out of bounds. And if it's gone beyond that black stripe there. Oh, and here, this is going to be a Union steal. 22nd turnover. And Shanique's going to hold it for the final shot of the quarter. Just takes her time. She could take it herself or look for somebody in Union, spreading them out. Down to 10. This is Winnan, and it's stolen. This is going to be what Mark calls a real bad turnover. All the way down was Timberlake, and that is not the way Mark designs for a final shot formation. And I can tell he is shaking his head off of that one. We got another 10 minutes remaining, but Union on top, 63-35. Let's take this time out for a message of interest.
We realize you have a busy lifestyle, and at the Bank of Jackson, we're here to help you fulfill all of your financial needs, personal and business loans, mortgages, online banking and bill pay, and so much more. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
And it is indeed your community bank, the Bank of Jackson. And Gary Grisham and all of our fine friends from that great organization, we appreciate them and their fine sponsorship of Union University basketball. So Union up 63-35 after making the 17th turnover of the afternoon. And some people, you tell them, now I want you to look up there at I cannot believe that Sean Blackburn is that bored, but he just let out the biggest yawn, bigger than my dog Gidget does when she's sleepy. He just let out the biggest yawn that you have ever seen. Mark, when you watch this one back, have a conversation with Sean. Ask him if he ate too much turkey before he got in here this afternoon. Oh, my goodness. All of you saw it at home, too. Here we go. Union with it, and Jordan Little with a double spin move, but she had to put on the brakes. I like this Allie winning. She's a freshman, and she's just going to get better and better. And from the outside, the big bomb three off the back of the iron, and scrambling to get her own rebound, and it is a jump ball. And the alternate possession will go to West Georgia. But good hustle on the part of Leah Church to get back in there and try to scramble that away. Leah Caldwell will check back in. Only one player in today's game in double figures, and that is Samaria Thompson with 13, Lauren West with 9, Shanique Lucas with 8, and Leah Caldwell with 7. 9 for Stephanie Torres and 8 for Aaliyah Washington of West Georgia. And we'll swap it back down at the opposite end. So the Bug will take her time bringing it back down. And she's trying to weave in like it's a maze there in the paint. And they were trying to lob that into Van Ness, and 3 seconds is called. You don't see that with the motion offenses. You don't see many 3-second violations called anymore, but and you may go 2 or 3 more games now before another one is called. That used to be one that a lot of times you'd have players that would just camp out in the lane, and you might see 4 or 5 violations called a game. Down to the final 9 minutes. The outcome is pretty well in hand. It's just a question of how much. And trying to drive the lane, banking it too high. Scrambling, and the jump ball this time, and that's what I say again. Van Ness will go to the floor with everybody, and Union gets the alternate opportunity. So it's Lucas and Thompson. By this point, most of the press has been abandoned and almost stolen. And Union's got it. Now they'll have numbers. It'll be a 4-on-3. They couldn't take advantage of it, though. Inside to Van Ness. They lob it in, and Naomi with 6. That's Mark Campbell, trademark offense when you've got a big gun like Van Ness. Mark is a post coach. And that's one thing that he does is just coach where to be and then where to catch and how to lob. Big 3 for Torres off the back of the iron. Been a tough afternoon. 2 of 10 from behind the arc, and Union will play it. And Thompson takes her time. Union has to be in no hurry, up 30, 65-35. Boy, she is an intense dribbler. Had a double spin move and almost tried to do an ice cream scoop into the basket. Tell you what, Keisha Lucas can get back down the floor on defense very quickly, as you just saw. Big bomb is not there again. They scramble and get the offensive board. Let's see if Keisha picks this one up. Somebody is. Oh, my. If that was football, it would have been targeting. And it was not intentional, I assure you of that. And that knocked both players for a bit of a loop. Bug Thompson as well as Dunning. Caitlin Dunning, she took one hard to the head. It's Union's ball, and they'll bring Caitlin out of there. They just collided, and it was, I can guarantee you, that was not intentional. And actually, that steal was initiated by Keisha Lucas. 15 on the shot clock. Left-hander goes. Leah Cauble now with 9. And Union by 32. Union is still going to employ relatively, maybe not quite as intense, but relatively strong full court pressure all the way to the end, almost stolen. They got a triangle around Okeke, and that one just went nowhere for Torres. Here goes Shanique on the bicycle. And goes to her sister. Just couldn't get it, but Van Ness draws the foul on the offensive board. And believe it or not, that's Naomi's first rebound of the afternoon. Checking back in is Keely Robinson for Keisha Lucas. And so at the line is going to be Naomi Van Ness. She's 3 for 3 from the floor, has missed both of her free throws. Let's see what the young lady from England does. Oh, off the back of the iron. That was like watching the guy in the Cliffhangers game on The Price is Right just fall off. And she connects finally for the day. 7 for Naomi. She'll check out. And coming back in, Anna McCready. We got to get Anna and Shiley into the scorebook this afternoon. Cauble will play you. She is just relentless the way she'll play you up and down the floor. I mean, she's known for her scoring, but she is a defensive, she is a buzzsaw. And that was a nice little floater that goes through for Ledford, and she has 4. And all the way down, and the layup is there. Shanique just sneaked her way behind everybody. She's almost like she floats down the floor. And she's in double figures with 10. Union up 70-37. And checking back in again is Leah Church and Jordan Little. Coming out, Dillard and Cauble. So they'll play it over on the side with 5:49 remaining. And also back in, Shiley Morrison. And Shanique Lucas comes back out. Shanique 5 of 6 from the day and 5 rebounds. I tell you, Bug Thompson, I'm leaning very heavily toward her as our player of the game today because she's got some numbers all the way across the board. Has her first 3 threes of the season and 2 free throws almost stolen. Shiley Morrison was just giving fits down the floor. There's 13 seconds on the shot clock, and Okeke will come down to toss it in. Peace has got to find somebody open, and she finally does. But they only have 8 seconds to go to get one up. And the teammates are yelling it out, and Torres does it. A nice traditional over-the-head shot. She's had herself a fine afternoon. And the jumper. And Anna McCready is on the board. 72-39. And double teaming that ball again is going to make it very, very difficult. And is it a 5-second bot? No, timeout is called. Timeout is called by Coach Wrights, and we'll take one with her. 72-39, Union on top.
Buying a home is a major milestone, and at the Bank of Jackson, we want to help you achieve it. Our mortgage specialists can assist you with conventional, VA, FHA, or construction loans, as well as USDA and THDA development loans. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Well, I must tell you, this is one of those that as you have been looking on since Union got out to the early 11-2 lead. It has not been much mystery as to who was going to go home with this one. And Lady Bulldogs will be 3-0 when it's over. That's their regular season record as well as their conference record. But they will have a shot at a non-conference game this coming Monday night. We'll have it for you right here. Our airtime is 5:45 as the Lady Bulldogs take on Trevecca Nazarene. And then at 6, we'll tip it off for a Monday after Thanksgiving non-conference game. And then Tuesday night, the men will be here against North Georgia in a non-conference game. And then after that, they'll be on the road for a couple of weekends, and then we'll be back with a rare Friday night game that'll be coming up a little bit after the middle point of December. So the Wolves with 18 on the shot clock, almost stolen, scrambling to try to get it away, and are they going to call a foul? I guess they're going to call Union for being a bit too aggressive, and the official's going to talk it over. One appeared to call a foul. The other one may have called, and it is a foul. And I'm not sure what that is, but this is going to be the 5-minute break timeout, so we'll take it. 4:48 to go. Union on top, 72-39.
Are you looking for a Christian college or starting the college search process? I want to take a second to tell you about my school, Union University in Jackson, Tennessee. Union is a private 4-year university known for its rigorous academics, Christ-centered community, and the success of its graduates. My favorite part about Union is the faculty. The professors here are so intentional about helping students grow not only academically, but also spiritually. You should check out Union for yourself. Come for a visit. I know you'll love it. At Union University, you'll be transformed.
And Mark Campbell just taking things easy, but telling his Lady Bulldogs don't get sloppy here at the end just because we're up by 33. And this Lady Bulldog team has so much depth. It's just incredible. And that's one of the reasons why they're not going to have a player that is, it may be very difficult for them to have a player to be player of the week in the conference for this reason. It's because so many players are coming in and out of the lineup that you're not going to have that player that has an 18, 20, 25-point game very often. And since that player of the week is usually gauged on offensive statistics, this is going to be more of a team effort than anything else, which if it continues down the stretch this season, it would be fabulous for them. You just got to keep them healthy. 8 on the shot clock. And the curl is not there, and it is Church that came down with a rebound. Let's see if they can get one in. Church is going for the 3. No, off the back of the iron. This is going to be a foot race. It's a 1-on-2, and the foul is called on Church on the drive. And a few of the faithful are not terribly thrilled with that call, but they don't get a vote. They get a non-binding vote. Let's just say that. They execute their right to make an editorial comment to the officials, but none of it matters. And that's one thing about it, is that being a fan at games like this, you just really get to a stage of it that you might as well just let it out, because your blood pressure is going to be so high that you have to go to the doctor on Monday morning. Getting close to the 4-minute mark. Union up 72-40. It was 63-35 at the end of the third quarter. Getting it, McCready was just too hemmed up and tossed it away. They tried to lob it into her, and she had 6 hands outstretched around her. And you can't exactly play here we go around the mulberry bush when you're in that kind of traffic. And no tap on that by Church, and so that was a throwaway. That's the 26th turnover for West Georgia. Union has committed 20, but Union has picked up 28 points off turnovers. They're averaging 33 on the season off of forced mistakes by the opponent. And the floater is there. Shiley Morrison means every Lady Bulldog has scored. All 13 of them that have been in the game. And they're still in deep trouble trying to get that ball across midcourt. Union backs off on defense. And they take their time, 3.5 remaining. Going down the lane and couldn't get it up high enough, and the foul is going to be charged. And it looks like it's on McCready on the offensive board, so Okeke will go back to the line. And substitutes check back in. Mark sends in 3 this time. Okeke on the afternoon has been held to 3 points, their leading scorer. Union's done a terrific job defensing her. All of her points have come from the free throw line. She's 4 out of 7. Okeke has missed all 6 of her shots from the floor. When things like that happen, it's usually because of intense viewing of tape in advance and plotting a game strategy that can just simply try to shut off a leading scorer. Torres is the top scorer for West Georgia with 11. Just a little bit above her season's average. Right down the heart, and the foul. That got the entire bench up for Shiley Morrison. She just beat everybody and threw it home and goes to the line for a 3-point opportunity. And we have Sierra Stedman in the game now for Union. The 14th Lady Bulldog. Let's see if we can get her a basket as Union's up 77-42. Whistle before the ball even came in. And is it on Morrison? Yeah, I guess it is. So they're going to come all the way back down to the opposite end of the floor. So Shiley is charged with the foul before the ball was even tossed in. And this time it is Sentip to the line. The young lady from Riverdale, Georgia. And she connects. Union has held opponents to 47 a game. And they're right in the same ballpark right there. Rebound comes off to Allie Winnan. The other thing that happens the way Mark substitutes like this, different, and from the corner, the 3 for Church. It's off the iron. Is that different? Here's a steal. And Morrison tried to get in the way, but they let it go all the way down, and Thrower comes up with hers. Kaylee Thrower from Cumming, Georgia. 77-45, 2.5 remaining. I'll finish that thought about Mark substitutions. That when you do that, it means that different young ladies get a chance to play with other young ladies. So you get a different type of chemistry. They got to hurry, and Winnan just had to throw it up. And now getting into that quick whip pass around the perimeter. Down to 13 on the shot clock. 2 minutes remaining. Big 3 is off to the left. And Morrison to bring it down. Union's going to take its time. Winnan works one-on-one. Tried to get it in, had it blocked, and just willed it home. Allie Winnan with 7. She was not going to be denied, and Union up 79-45. And they kick it to the corner, but Winnan will be charged with a foul. She thought she had a clean block. And instead they charge her with the foul. And Morrison checks out. McCready comes back in. Winnan comes out. Less than a minute and a half to go. And that one's short. They've been to the free throw line 31 times today and hit 19 of them. And the quiet moments during a free throw, 79-46. Mark still intensely coaching, even though this one has been in hand really since the first quarter. McCready thought about doing a three. Instead, she puts up a two, and it's off the back of the iron. Keisha came down with the offensive board. A minute to go. And for the three. Oh, just off the mark. That would have erupted the bench and everybody else if Anna had nailed that one. 45 seconds remaining. Union will be 3-0. West Georgia will fall to 3-3, 2-1 in the conference. And on the drive-in, the foul. And that one is on Shanique Lucas. No, that's going to be on Anna McCready. Shanique's not in the game. It's a 1-0. And so, winning comes out. McCready comes back in. Big smile on her face. So, here we go again with another two-shot opportunity. And she gets the friendly roll. 79-47. You'd think we were an easy listening radio station, as quiet as it gets in here during these free throws. Union does have to shoot at least one more time. Keely Robinson and Church. And inside, Robinson picks it up, and Union will play it with 5 on the shot clock and 8.5 on the game clock. So this has got to be a quick one. And in practice, they rehearse these kinds of situations where you only got 5 seconds left on the shot clock. And for the three. Nope, it was short. They won't be able to get one off, I don't think. Well, I don't know, maybe. Did they give it to her? Yep, they did. So Union wins it 79-49. Another dominant performance across the board against a conference foe. And let's give you the totals here, and then we will take you to our Between Games feature. For West Georgia, it was Stephanie Torres, the leader, with 11 points. And she added 3 rebounds to her total. For the runner-up, it was Aaliyah Washington with 8. Union held Peace Okeke, their leading scorer, to 5. She did come down with 7 rebounds on the afternoon. But Washington with 8 points and 2 rebounds. And Union just dominating across the board, but it is such balanced scoring. You got 2 players in double figures. 13 of the 14 Lady Bulldogs who played scored. Samaria Thompson, 13 points. And she picked up 4 assists, 2 steals. And Samaria, top scorer of the day. 4 of 5 from the floor, 3 for 3. She had her first 3 3-pointers of the season. They were all in the first half. And then it was Shanique Lucas with 10, 5 of 6 from the floor, 5 rebounds and 2 steals. And then you look across the board, 9 for Leah Cauble, 7 for Naomi Van Ness, 7 for Anna Winnan, and 6 for Bethany Dillard. But our player of the game today is going to be Samaria Thompson. 13 points, and again, just so many things she contributed across the board. The 4 assists, the 2 steals. The 2 steals led to baskets for Unions. And here's the deal. She only played 15 minutes in today's game. That's the amazing thing. The leading person with minutes today was Leah Caldwell with 21, and Shanique Lucas with 19. So Bug picked up all of those totals in just a mere factor of, just look at this, 15 minutes of playing time, and that's the way it has been working for the Lady Bulldogs. So, again, team effort across the board. Let me give you the stats on them. For West Georgia, thank you very much. And he gets he'll get a payment from his agent for making a live appearance here on the game today. 13 of 39 for West Georgia, 33%. 16.7%, only 17% for three-pointers, 2 out of 12. That was a tough afternoon. They were 21 of 34 from the free throw line. I know Mark is not happy with the many times that they sent them to the line, 62%. In rebounding, 26. They lost the rebounding edge to Union, 32 to 26. And then looking at any other categories, they did get 8 steals on the afternoon. And in points off turnovers, they picked up 14. All right, for Union, it was 30 of 57, another above 50% average, 53% from the floor. 10 out of 25 from three-pointers. At one point in time, they were about 52%, but they're 40% in threes. 9 of 14 from the free throw line for 64%, 32 rebounds to win that battle. And they won the offensive rebounding battle 10-7. And picked up 13 steals in the game. But here's your big category again. Union, although they committed 21 turnovers in the game, and I know Mark will have some things to say about that, particularly in our pregame interview on Monday. But for points off turnovers, this is the third consecutive game that Union has gotten 30 or more points off of opposing teams' turnovers. 30-14 was the edge. That's 16 out of a 30-point victory, 79-49. So that shows you just how everything developed tonight. Congratulations again to Bug Thompson for being our player of the game. Well, as we told you, this is going to be Union's bicentennial year. 2023 will be the ultimate celebration, but we've got celebrations going on consistently during this year, and today we're going to show you some more of that and introduce you again to some of the great leaders in recent history of Union University, and we'll wind up with a brief little concert from the Alumni Jazz Band from Union. So all of that comes your way right after these messages, and then we'll have Union against West Georgia, the men's half.
Steve Beverly's TV Classics is now on every Saturday night.
Oh, that's right.
You're invited to watch.
Oh, how can I turn down such a gracious invitation?
It's on every Saturday from 7 to 10.
I think it's wonderful.
Sheer genius.
It's on E+ TV6.
People do seem to like my smile.
Watch Saturday night, 7 to 10 on E+ TV6, where our reruns are the best.
They sure are.
This commitment to being people-focused exists all through the university. And serving as faculty in residence has given me the opportunity to see that.
Union is very intentional, not just for academics, but also in establishing those meaningful relationships.
When Union created the faculty in residence position, one of the things that was emphasized was to create more of a living and learning environment. Wonderful discussions of an academic nature over wonderful food and a more relaxed environment, but they also get a chance to see to what degree do faculty members walk our talk.
I had a student that's a member of the Common Table group, and she just came by to visit with me one day.
The students have just been great in terms of the way in which they have chosen to love us. As faculty and staff, we understand what we need to do to make the community a distinctive Christian university community. But it's heartwarming to see students who not only appreciate that, but contribute to it being just that.
My pastor had graduated from Union, and I listened to his voice quite a bit and was very much encouraged to come here. My name is Kay Daniel Griffin. I'm originally from Bartlett, Tennessee. I'm currently living in Jackson, Tennessee. I graduated from Union in 1972, and I majored in English. Also, we had youth revivals during that time, and we had students from Union who would lead in those revivals, and I fell in love with all of them.
Well, my path was a little different than most. I had already started college and came to Jackson actually to run a radio station, and so I came in as a night student. I'm Tom McAfee. I am from Macon, Georgia, and I am a Union graduate of 1994. And my major was marketing and management, and I did a minor in broadcast communications. I'm a third generation Unionite, so that was part of it, was being in Jackson gave me an opportunity to come and study and finish up my studies here at Union.
Growing up in Jackson, I wasn't sure if I wanted to stay in Jackson for college or not, but the summer before my senior year of high school, I attended Rising High School Senior. My name is Molly Smith. I graduated from Union in 2012 with a degree in music education. And after staying on campus for the month and getting to know the professors and the students, I knew that Union was exactly where I wanted to be.
My family has a long love for Union. I'm Carolyn Townsend McAfee Bruner. I graduated in 1961 with a Bachelor of Music degree. My mother actually started her college experience at Hall Moody and then came to Union for a short time, and my dad also came to Union. Growing up in Parsons, we had speakers from Union in our church many times, and so I guess I had heard about Union all my life. However, my senior year in high school, I studied piano on campus with Dr. John Woods, and so that gave me a real interest in coming to Union.
I started out in a state school down in Mississippi, University of Mississippi. Played a little football down there, and so that ran its course and needed kind of the next step. And my name's AJ Massey, and I'm originally from Northeast Arkansas, Jonesboro. Moved to Jackson, Tennessee in '91. So I've been here ever since. So I'd say I'm a Jacksonian for sure. I graduated from Union in 2004 with a business administration degree. My mom worked at Union. My brother was a basketball player here, and wanted to be a part of that community. Union offered a unique perspective on the world. Every class I took was from a biblical perspective, from a Christian perspective, and definitely did not get that at a state school. So I was looking forward to seeing that here at Union.
Good evening, and welcome to our bicentennial celebration. How incredible it is to see the history of God's provision on film, and then to be led in worship by the voices of current students who stand upon the foundations laid 2 centuries ago. Tonight, we have a special guest who currently serves as Distinguished Professor of Theology at Southwestern Baptist Theological Seminary. He's the editor of the Southwestern Journal of Theology, and he's the director of the Dockery Center for Global Evangelical Theology. Of course, you know him much better as the 15th president of Union University. Would you give a warm Union welcome to Dr. David Dockery?
Well, thank you, President Oliver, for your generous introduction. What a wonderful day we have enjoyed celebrating this bicentennial celebration. It's so good to see each one of you. Marvelous to be back with you for this wonderful event. I want to also thank Vice President Casagrove for her wonderful coordination of all of these things this weekend, and for the wonderful food that we have enjoyed. In 1823, 1 year after the founding of a little town in West Tennessee called Jackson, city leaders determined they needed an educational institution. We're here tonight, 2 centuries later, to celebrate God's providential guidance and blessing for this institution that's gone through name changes, several different phases, connections, disconnections, and mergers. Union University became the school's official name in 1907, though the name was also used for a pre-Civil War institution in the Murfreesboro area, which was grafted into what then became known as Southwest Baptist University. In 1874-1875, this institution became a part of the newly formed Tennessee Baptist Convention. Rarely has a Christian institution in this country maintained its mission and its relationship to its church constituency for this length of time. The long list of things for which we join together this evening, this weekend, to celebrate is varied and multifaceted. While we might choose to prioritize such a list in different ways this evening, we can all agree that Union University in the fall of 2022 remains one of the premier Christian institutions in the country with outstanding academics, wide-ranging programs in the arts, humanities, sciences, Christian studies, business, education, the social sciences and social work, engineering, nursing, pharmacy, among others. Through the years, Union has demonstrated excellence, not only in academics, but in athletics and the arts. Union has moved to the forefront among all Christian universities in their efforts to bring the Christian faith to bear on all aspects of teaching, research, scholarship, learning, and living. No one thinks of Union University as flawless, but hundreds and hundreds of people for 200 years have worked tirelessly to help Union remain faithful to its mission, even amid wars, fires, tornadoes, pandemics, and other tragedies, setbacks, and challenges. In all of this, we confess this evening that the Lord has done great things for us at Union, for which we are glad. Going back to R.B.C. Howell, the legendary 19th century pastor of the First Baptist Church in Nashville, who initially envisioned Christian higher education for the entire state, and continuing through the capable leadership of Joseph Eaton, George Jarman, George Savage, H.E. Waters, John Jeter Hurt, Warren Jones, Robert Craig, Hiram Barefoot, and Dub Oliver, among a long list of others. Union has labored to provide Christ-centered education that promotes excellence and character development in service to church and society. The Union story for 200 years represents and reflects mission, faithfulness, and Christ-centered excellence. People often ask me, what makes Union so special? The obvious answer is that God in His providential kindness has chosen to bless this institution in multiple and abundant ways. From a human standpoint, it's been a distinctive relationship with supporting churches and a special connection and identity with the city of Jackson and West Tennessee. But the key factor from a day-to-day perspective on the campus has been the people, wonderful people, associated with Union in many and diverse ways who've made a difference decade after decade for 2 centuries. So let us this evening join with others around the globe in trusting God's ongoing favor, grace, and blessings for a people-focused and God-honoring future for this institution that we all love. Would you join me, please, as we give thanks and we pray together? Our eternal God and Heavenly Father, we acknowledge You as our Creator and Redeemer, the Lord and Sustainer of Union University. We offer heartfelt thanksgiving for Your loyal and covenant faithfulness in the past. Thank You for dozens and dozens of women and men who've invested their lives in this institution, for the thousands who've been blessed by a Union University education. We thank you for the Spirit of God who even now equips and enables those like President and Mrs. Oliver and so many others who are called to point the way forward in the midst of current demands and opportunities. We ask now that you would unite us all to support, encourage, and work together for Union's future, praying for your kingdom to come and your will to be done on earth as it is in heaven. Even as we pause around these tables to give thanks for the food, we also recognize that in your good pleasure, you've given to all of us the gift of Union University. So with hearts of gratitude, we joyfully dedicate Union once again to you for the advancement of distinctive Christ-centered education. May your hand of favor rest upon current and future students, staff members, faculty, administrators, board members, and friends. Grant your wisdom in abundance, we pray, to those who serve and teach, to those who learn and lead, that they may together rejoice in the knowledge of your truth and serve you with humility of heart from generation to generation. We ask and pray these things in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you, Dr. Dockery, for your words, and thank you, and Lanice, thank you as well for joining us this very special time celebrating Union's 200th birthday. You know, 200 years ago, the President of the United States of America was James Monroe, and Thomas Jefferson and John Adams were still alive. The census of 1820 reported that a little over 9.5 million people lived in these United States, which is barely 1 million more people than currently live in New York City. Families back then would have paid 22 cents for a dozen eggs and 12 cents for a gallon of milk. They didn't pay for gas because we didn't have gas. Williams College in Massachusetts stated in 1823, quote, "The price of board is from $1 to $1.34. It's a little more now. They went on to say good board could be had for $1, but you had to walk a mile. Around the globe in 1823, havens of higher education institutions were springing up. Agra College in India, Anton Buchner University in Austria, and the Heroic Military Academy was founded in Mexico, just to name a few.
It's all online, and I can take the courses at any time that I want. I can do my homework at any time I want.
Not missing out on any soccer games, any cheer games, volleyball, any type of activities with my children, and I still feel that I'm getting the proper education, but not being away from my family.
If I really want to accelerate my program, I can do that at Union. If I need to slow down a little bit because other things are coming up in life, I can slow it down as well.
I can work at my pace. We have modules that are due every week. There's all kinds of opportunities for you to have additional help available 24/7. Whenever I have time to work on it, it's there. And so that has worked well for my schedule.
So it gives me a lot of flexibility to get done with my workday, spend time with my children, and then jump right in and get my homework done at the end of the day.
Hey, Steve Beverly's TV Classics is now on every Saturday night.
Oh, that's right.
You're invited to watch.
Oh, how can I turn down such a gracious invitation?
It's on every Saturday from 7 to 10.
I think it's wonderful.
Sheer genius.
It's on E+ TV6.
People do seem to like my smile.
Watch Saturday night, 7 to 10 on E+ TV6, where our reruns are the best.
They sure are.
Welcome back to Fred DeLay Gymnasium. We hope you enjoyed our opportunity to celebrate some more of Union's bicentennial between games, and we'll be continuing to do that as we get down to the close of this year. But now it's time for the men's half of Union against West Georgia. The Lady Bulldogs winning 79-49. Let's take a look at your starting lineups. First for the Wolves from Carrollton, Georgia. They come in at 2-1 on the season, 2-0 in the conference. Union, Valdosta State, and West Georgia all tied with a half-game lead in the conference. This is a guy you're going to hear his name a lot, Michael Zabatakis. He is from Cumming, Georgia, 6'5" graduate student. We called his name a lot last year, 21-point-a-game average. He can do everything. Zaudy Jackson. He is from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Went to Shiloh High School. He's a 5'11" sophomore. Jackson is averaging 14 a game. Jalen Sasser, who averages 15. He's from Little Rock, Arkansas, 6'7" senior. Colton Griffin. He averages 9 a game. Just chips in 9. That's all he does, and he's something else too. 6'6" sophomore from St. Joe, Missouri. And then Cole Fisher. He is a sophomore guard from Cincinnati, averaging 6 points a game, and he is 6'1". For the Bulldogs, it's your usual 5. Justin DeBuck, JT, starts, and he is averaging 9 a game from Broward County, Florida. Jalen Johnson, the 6'1" graduate student from Kentucky, and Jalen comes in averaging 9 a game. Bo Gidgel, 15-point-a-game average. Bo is from L.A., 6'8", 235 pounds. And then Jeremiah Littlepage. Hi to Mom down in Birmingham once again. He's 6'8", a junior, and Jeremiah averaging 10 a game. And then you've got Ty Parks, the big gun, 19.3 per game. Ty, 6'5" from Pocahontas, Tennessee. Those are your starters. This should be a very physical game between these two teams as they get set to go. Dave Moore, the head coach of West Georgia, and his assistant Andy Young, they will take it right to you. And it's going to be a very different style of basketball than we saw in the game this past week on Tuesday night, the non-conference game against McKendree. And the team's getting into their final huddles, and we'll be ready to go here momentarily. And we'll have the starters introduced. And for those of you who earlier were watching our TV Classics marathon on ePlus TV6 and ePlusTV6.com, that will continue at the close of this game. So hang with us, because we'll get back to your old favorite classic shows right around 6 o'clock. And we're going to see the guys come in on the floor. And I hope that you are going to enjoy this one this afternoon, because it is truly, I think, really going to be a dandy between these two as they continue to fight for conference leadership. Lady Bulldogs, they got out to a 25-11 lead in the first quarter, and it was never in doubt. 79-49, their lead was as large as 33 at one point. And so here we go as the Wolves are introduced. And this is the guy, Zavatakis. He's a potential all-conference player and just has so many tools. Zodie Jackson, and this guy can score from anywhere on the floor. Jalen Sasser. When you shoot 15 a game in this conference, you're tough. Colden Griffin. And he's a guy that he may have a 9-point a game average, but he can give you a 15, 16, 18-point night. And now here you go, the Bulldogs getting set to go onto the floor. There he is, JT to Buck. And Jalen Johnson. And Bo Gidgel. No relation to Bo Diddley. And Jeremiah Littlepage. And this guy has really come into his own this season with a double-figure average. He can just do so many things with and without the basketball. And Ty Parks. And there are your starters. And we're going to be about set to go. Remind you, we're back here Monday night. 5:45 is our airtime. 6 o'clock will be the tip-off as the Lady Bulldogs in a non-conference game against Trevecca Nazarene. It'll just be a women's game, and we'll be tipping off at 6 o'clock. Love to see you here in person. Students will be back, and we'd love to see a lot of you who may have been traveling at Thanksgiving be back here. And let's see who's going to do the honors here on the tip-off. And it's going to be Gidgel, as usual. And he'll be tipping off against Jalen Sasser. And the Bulldogs come down with it. And we are underway on what is a rather miserable afternoon in Jackson, Tennessee. It's 58 degrees and raining outside today. And let's see how they play. Gidgel in the midst of a triangle of defenders and floats it home. That's just the kind of talent he has. He can do it off balance. Now here's a guy who's intense as Griffin, and he matches it at the opposite end. Griffin is a powerhouse ball handler. And as I say, he may be averaging 9 a game, but he can throw up 15, 16, even 18 if you need him to. Almost. They tried to lob it inside to Johnson. That was excellent defensive work on the part of Fisher. Cole Fisher not among their leading scorers, but he's a tremendous defensive player. And here they go. Union got behind relatively early against McKendree. Made a rally early in the second half, but just was... And there you go. That's the thing that they could not do well on Tuesday night. They were 2 of 20 from behind the arc, but they start out with a good one from DeBuck. And Gidgel was being challenged by Jackson, who decided not to try to go in the lane against him. And here you go on the drive down the baseline. They got 5 on the shot clock. They got to let one fly, and it rims off. They're going to scramble for it. And Union picks it up. Johnson decides to slow the tempo down. Union can go tempo with you, but they also have a strong pattern offense. Johnson thought about pulling up for the 3. In between 2 defenders, I didn't think that was going to go, but you never knew. It came close to dropping. And here goes Zabatakis. And that's going to be a 3-shot foul, sending Fisher to the line. Parks tried to break it up, and Fisher will shoot 3. This is a strong free throw shooting team. They average 83% from the floor for the season. 47% in field goals. And not bad in three-pointers, 39. That one hung on the lip and dropped through. This team averages 24 steals. They've done 24 steals on the season. And most of those have led to baskets. So that's one thing that Union has to guard against. One of those, as Mark Campbell would call it, real bad turnovers. Gidgel, who usually has a strong first half, is trying to find an opening down the lane, and the offensive foul. That was excellent positioning on the part of Griffin to draw that offensive foul. So Union coughs up its first turnover of the game. And let's see how Coach Moore plays this one. The jumper. Instead, it was a fake jumper, and the bank is not there. The follow is there for Sasser. His first basket of the afternoon to give West Georgia its first lead at 7-5. They kick to the corner, and Parks is fouled. Zabatakis thought that he had position, but they say he caught him on the wrist, and so Zabatakis commits his first foul. Union probably is going to try to see if they can take it to him in the first half and see if they can get him into a bit of foul trouble. And Parks connects. Excellent free throw shooter, 86% on the season. Parks averaging 19.3 per game. And we're tied at 7. 3 minutes into this one on this Saturday afternoon after Thanksgiving. And I hope for you and yours it was a wonderful day. Zabatakis, that tremendous ball handler, got away with an extra step. And they kick it. Beautiful bank. Excellent delivery. And Sasser with the basket. 9-7. That's just precision and communication. Parks thought about going inside. DeBuck with that flowing hair and that off-balance delivery. And he's fouled. That one is charged to Zodie Jackson, his first. DeBuck will toss in. And a big 3. Yes, sir. DeBuck 2 for 2. I don't know how much they worked on that in yesterday's practice, but that's as many as Union has had from behind the arc on Tuesday night. Oh, my goodness, it was deadly. Open for the matching shot. Just too much on it for Zach Jackson. And they tried to get one down the floor, and it's taken away, and the foul. They'll play it underneath. It was before the shot. tremendous job in trying to carry it all the way is Fisher. We got timeout. Union's on top, 10-9, in what is a very interesting early portion of this one. Let's have an interesting message for you.
Championship DNA. That's what you find at Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way. A full line of new Chevrolets plus West Tennessee's largest used car inventory. State-of-the-art service work and pre-approved auto loans online at JonesChevroletHumboldt.com. Shop with a winner. Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way. The most important benefit when you buy from Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way? Peace of mind. Jones Chevrolet's warranty forever comes with every qualifying new and pre-owned vehicle. Powertrain coverage for as long as you own your vehicle. Find out more at Jones Chevrolet in Three-Way.
There you see a couple out there that are enjoying the game and enjoying the popcorn just about as much. About like our crew here today, that they like to load up on that in between games. I've got a big surprise for you at halftime. We have a feature that we did earlier in the year, but it is going to be for those of you who watch our classic TV show in Jackson. I think you're going to like this. I'm going to be visiting with Jerry Mathers, the Beaver, at halftime. So don't go away because it will be fun, and you're going to be able to hear some of his great memories about Leave It to Beaver down in Olive Branch, Mississippi at the Mid-South Nostalgia Festival. And this is a game that I know that a lot of Bulldog fans hope they can wax nostalgic about, particularly if they followed this Bulldog team for a long time. Here you go, Zabatakis. You can see how rangy he is with the basketball and how he can just maneuver almost like a snake. And there you go, driving inside is Jackson for his first basket. And we have a seesaw lead going here now at 11-10. Let's see how Dave Niven plays this one. You got a pretty good setup of this game from Dave during halftime of the women's game. Now they're down to 6 on the shot clock, and they're in trouble and cough it up. Third turnover for the Bulldogs. And look at that curl. Donatlan almost managed to get that one home. That's Cameron Donatlan. He is from Aurora, Illinois. Big three. DeBuck is on fire. JT 3 for 3 behind the arc. Well, if they just keep feeding him, maybe it'll be a good afternoon. 13-11. And suddenly I just felt a drop of water from the top of the ceiling of this place onto my head. I hope we don't have a leak. I'll blame it on my director, Christopher Reasons, if that happens. Union will play it with 14.5 remaining in the first half of play. And frankly, not a bad turnout here for a Saturday after Thanksgiving with the students still all gone. Little Page takes it up the middle and has it blocked. And Parks could not make it drop on the backside. Ty had an excellent offensive rebound, but it just wouldn't fall. Zabatakis tried to dish it off and finally managed to, and he's open for the three. Quick release, got it. That's what we talk about now. They held him scoreless for 6 minutes, but you knew he was going to finally deliver. He just absolutely can. That quick release of the ball. And he steals it. And this is going to be a foot race. And for Zabatakis, it's a foul before the shot. J.C. Clossy went down hard and looks like he's holding his nose. J.C. broke that up. It was a hard foul. He broke that up before he went in for a clean layup, but it's going to be a two-shot opportunity for Zabatakis. And the trainer's going over to take a look at J.C. And J.C., I think it just really stunned him more than anything else. And I'm looking right down here below us, and He's just shaking it off. I think, he's got a little bit of, shall we say, hemorrhaging from the nose. So they'll work on that cut, about like Angelo Dundee used to work on professional fighters. 13-31, and the officials are having a discussion with both coaches and checking back into the contest. And this looks like it's going to be Emmanuel Newsom to come in. Tell you what, let's take a timeout real quick, and we'll be right back. Gulf South Conference, the recognized symbol of excellence in intercollegiate sports in Division II. And Dave Niven still having a discussion with the officials on that one. I think what he's arguing about is if the foul was called before, and there's Mark Campbell talking with President Dove Oliver and First Lady Susie Oliver from Union University. And I think Dave Niven was suggesting that the ball should be played underneath. But no matter, Zabatakis gets the first of two. You know he's going to get his points in the game. What you want to keep him away from is one of those 25, 28, 30-point performances. In and out on the second one, and Little Page the rebound. 2-point lead for West Georgia. And we're getting close to the 13-minute mark in this first half. From the corner, the three goes off the mark for Ivan Prug. And trying to take it all the way with the fall-away bank. It's not there, and Little Page again off the glass. Newsom wanted that ball because he had a little bit of space. Parks is trying to direct his teammates. He loves to sneak behind in the paint. And that one was probably an ill-advised shot, but they got to hurry to get something up in here. And Parks with a three. Well, this is the exact opposite of Thursday night. Union 4 of 5 in three-pointers. And leads again 16-15. Bulldogs have just been all over it. That was a nice move by Jackson, but he just had too much power on that curl shot. And Parks thought about it, but he's going to take it inside the lane. Little Page this time takes it and can't get it up. It was too high off the glass, and Union will play it. And the officials have changed their mind. That led to an eruption from the West Georgia bench. And timeout is called. 11:50 remaining. Union leads West Georgia 16-15.
We realize you have a busy lifestyle. And at the Bank of Jackson, we're here to help you fulfill all of your financial needs, personal and business loans, mortgages, online banking and bill pay, and so much more. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
West Georgia averages 73 points a game, and they give up 73 points a game. So this is a team that they're used to playing close games, and they have prevailed in almost all of them have been very tight ones except for their exhibitions, and they have done a significant job of really delivering down the stretch this season. And you look across the board at some of their other totals here. Rebounds. Griffin is their leading rebounder with 7. Zabatakis with 5. And for Union, Bo Gidgel with 10 rebounds and 8 for Ty Parks. So they offer you, both these teams offer you a good, strong front line, being able to crash the glass. If you heard our interview with Dave Niven during halftime of the women's game, he talked about that there are some players that they designate to be crashers. That they're the ones that are expected to go down and get close off the glass. And Littlepage comes out with his 3rd rebound of the afternoon. The lob inside to Prug, and he's double teamed. This team is playing a bit of a 2-1-2 zone. And there you go with a Bank of Jackson shot for Ty Parks. Nobody's been able to get out to any kind of a cushion of a lead here. 18-15. As we told you earlier, this one is one. The winner of this one will fall a game behind in the conference. And a little rainbow hook that does not go for Donatlan. Parks works one-on-one and then gets into the traffic and throws it away. And they got a 2-on-1 situation and get the layup at the opposite end. And a bit of a smile on his face from Zaldi Jackson. 18-17, we're about halfway through the first 20 minutes of action. This is an intense defense. Dave Niven said, and Prug with the floater, and it just goes away, and Union will play it. Went off the fingertips of Tommaso Gini. He is from Italy, a senior for this West Georgia team. And Dave Niven brings in Jordovic off the bench. Dusan Jordovic. Little head fake doesn't work that time for Newsom. Down to 6 on the shot clock. They got to hurry. And the turnaround in all kinds of traffic. No. Yeah, did they give it to him? Yes, they did. Yvonne Prug with that 3. It was a bang-bang play as to whether it went off before the buzzer. But the officials give it to him. I mean, that was tight. Union 5 of 6 in 3-pointers in this game. And Zabatakis, that's just that spin move that is so difficult to defense. A 21-19 Union lead as we get down close to the 9-minute mark. And Union taking its time around the perimeter. And that was miscommunication. I think he thought that Jordovic was going to be deeper down low than he was, and he just simply went way wide with that pass. So taking their time this time, hoping to be able to tie it or take the lead, are the Wolves. Every time they come into Fred DeLay Gymnasium, you know it is going to be a war. Being on the road does not bother this team at all. That one just off the mark, and the rebound comes off to Prug. Gidgel back to the basket. And open again for the 3 is Prug. Nope. Iron unkind. Big scramble, but finally picked back up by Sarver. Fall away jumper. Off the back of the iron again. And Griffin the rebound. And he just went right by Gidgel and left him. So Zaudy Jackson with 6. And we're tied again at 21. Union 6 turnovers, only 1 for West Georgia. And it drops through. Gidgel makes his fall. And the foul. And timeout called. He'll be at the free throw line when we come back. 7:40 to go. First half. Union 23, West Georgia 21.
Buying a home is a major milestone, and at the Bank of Jackson, we want to help you achieve it. Our mortgage specialists can assist you with conventional, VA, FHA, or construction loans, as well as USDA and THDA development loans. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
We're back here on Monday and Tuesday night for single games, no double headers. Monday night, it is Union against Trevecca in a women's matchup. It's non-conference. And then Tuesday night, these Bulldogs against North Georgia. Always tough North Georgia team. They've had a huge tradition in women's basketball over the years, but also a great men's team. And Dave Niven said he wanted his non-conference games because there are so few on the schedule. He wanted them to be very difficult for this team to see just how good they have to be to play at an elite level. So we'll have them both for you. 6 o'clock will be the tip-off times, and our airtime will be 5:45. We'll have a pregame with Mark Campbell and a pregame with Dave Niven before each one of those. 7:40 to go, and attempting to complete a three-point play will be Bo Gidgel. Bo with 4 on the afternoon, had a couple of rebounds and assists. And just, it was almost like a line drive, and it targeted the back of the iron and just wouldn't drop. Pushed it a bit. And the dish outside. And traveling is called. That was Union's defense. Had he not shuffled his feet, he might have drawn a foul because the momentum underneath between Sarver and Yordovich possibly would have created a foul. But he commits the turnover, only the second for the Wolves. Now watch the rotation and that screen from Yordovich. He's not going to usually pull up from outside. And the foul. That was in the paint. And it appears that's going to be on Jackson. It's only 14 fouls on each team here in the first half. So we haven't seen that many trips to the free throw line. And Union leading by 2 with 7 minutes remaining. Gidgel trying to find an opening, and he's going to have to hurry. And he puts a desperation one up, and that one's nowhere near. Nobody was helping out. Excellent defense on the part of West Georgia. They just shut off the passing lanes. Excellent exchanges that you see, and the fall-away jumper is off the back of the iron, and out of bounds it goes, and it was tipped off the fingertips of Yordovich. And they go back around the perimeter once again. And that one was too strong, but the follow is there for Sasser. He has 6. They got 3 players with 6. Zabatakis, Jackson, Sasser. They've got 18 of the 23 points that West Georgia has put on the board. And we're down to the 6-minute mark in this first half. Oh, going to the deck hard was Gidgel, but no call. Down to 7 again. They're going to have to hurry. And Gidgel, he tried to gamble on a wide shot. He at least hit the iron, and they feed it inside to Jordovich, who got the opening for his first basket. 5 Bulldogs have scored now. 5 Wolves have. 25-23 with 5.5 remaining. The jumper wide open. Not there, and it is Sarver who comes down with the tipped rebound. Dave Niven said Sarver has earned his playing time for the defense that he has shown. Big three. Not there. Rebound off to Fisher. And they'll take their time once again. This is one of those that just seems like it is going to be a war, as we're down to the 5-minute mark. Beating the defender, and it goes through, and that was one of those that Jordovich just let him get by and could not restrain himself and commits the foul, and so the game is tied. Sasser to the line for a 3-point play. Sasser now with 8. He is next to DeBuck with 9, the game's leader. Little Page is getting set to check back in, as is Ty Parks. Jordovich and Sarver come out. Steve Beverly with all the action here from Fred DeLay Gymnasium on David Blackstock Court. And Gidgel tried to go all the way and tried to get that bank shot through, and it wouldn't fall. He was off balance when he took it, and he just didn't get the angle right. Barnes lost it a bit. JJ is from Marietta, Georgia. He went to Kennesaw Mountain High School. Down to 4:20. Fall away. Does not drop. And there's going to be a scramble for it between the two number 20s. And they're going to charge that to Jeremiah Littlepage. That is the 6th team foul on Union. They're not in the bonus yet. Well, I can't believe they said he's in the act of shooting. But he is, and Barnes connects. And that gives West Georgia a 27-25 lead. Gidgel checks out of the game. And Barnes just was robbed on that one. JT trying to set the offense up. They've been switching back and forth between man-to-man and zone during this contest in an effort to confuse Union. JT trying to fall away with that left-handed floater. That's actually Jalen Johnson with that. We're tied again at 27. And let's see how Coach Moore plays this one. This team is so lightning fast. And the fall away. Off the back of the iron, they scramble, and Ty Parks commands the rebound. Johnson trying to set it up. You got some excellent three-point shooters in this contest. Backdoor play, but he couldn't get it up high enough. And the three from the corner. Jalen Johnson with his first three. Union 6 of 9 in this game for 67%. We're under 3 minutes, and we still haven't had the 4-minute media timeout. Driving the lane, that's going to bring on that media timeout. The foul is charged to Jalen Johnson, and we do have the media timeout with 2:45 remaining. Union on top, 30-27.
Are you looking for a Christian college or starting the college search process? I want to take a second to tell you about my school, Union University in Jackson, Tennessee. Union is a private 4-year university known for its rigorous academics, Christ-centered community, and the success of its graduates. My favorite part about Union is the faculty. The professors here are so intentional about helping students grow not only academically, but also spiritually. You should check out Union for yourself. Come for a visit. I know you'll love it. At Union University, you'll be transformed.
Remember, at halftime, we've got one of your all-time favorites, Jerry Mathers, the Beaver, will be with us in an interview I did with him earlier. And I think you're going to enjoy just seeing what the Beav looks like today at the age of 74. I cannot believe that. Then again, I'm not going to tell you how old I am. You'll have to watch TV Classics because I make reference to that every once in a while. Right now, Dave Niven has got to be reasonably pleased with the performance of his team this afternoon because the shooting percentages are definitely up, 46% from the floor, but particularly 67% from behind the arc after that miserable 10%, 2 out of 20 on Tuesday night. And Union the edge in rebounding, 17-13, but this is one of those tight ones as you would expect between these two teams, as Union leads at 30-27. And we're getting set to go to the line. And Donatlin is there. If he connects on one of these, he'll be the 7th Wolf to score. And he does. Donatlin went to West Aurora High School in Illinois. 6'3" junior. And off the back of the iron, but they get the offensive board. And trying to go over Little Page and getting the bank home. Ties the game at 30. From the corner for another three, and it is there. And it is once again Ty Parks. He's burned them today. Ty with 10 to lead the game, 33-30. Union 70%. What a tale of two different games between Tuesday night and today. And that little floater underneath. They tried to get the reverse layup and it didn't go. Union on the fast break. Open is Gidgel for three. No, off the mark. So they slow it down once again. Bo is a 28% shooter from behind the arc. The best gun that Union has in a three-pointer is Johnson at 37%. And going up the lane. And couldn't get it up high enough. And it is Gidgel the rebound and almost tossed it away. Under 90 seconds to go in the first half. And a steal. That was just a lackadaisical pass. And down the lane and blocking it beautifully was Little Page. He was a little too casual getting down the floor. They tried to get it back to Little Page, and it was just too far out of his range. So a little bit of sloppiness at both ends of the floor. I think they were preparing too much for a Sports Center highlight down at the West Georgia end of the floor, and that led to Little Page's block. Union still by 3, under a minute to go in the first half. And trapped underneath, and the steal. There was just nowhere to go for Barnes, and the left-hand bank is not there, tipped by Parks, and they can't get either one. And let's see, a whistle away from the ball. And let's see what's going on here. I think it was Gidgel who began limping down the floor, so he will check out for a moment, and they'll bring Sarver back in. That's one of those injuries that you just suddenly get down the floor and you suddenly feel it going on, and it is not fun. And he's going to try to shake it off down below us. They can work it down to 10 seconds on the game clock. They have 19 on the shot clock. So they're going to play this possession as if it is the final one of the half. Taking his time is Jackson. Now they really have to hurry. And he pulls up for a three, and it's short. And they have a desperation three that's not there. And Union still has time if they can hurry. And Newsom tries to take it all the way and can't go. And it did not fall. Little Page tried for the tip. It would not drop. So, halftime, the scoring pace slowed down a bit at the end of the half. Union leads at 33-30. Let me give you the scoring totals. West Georgia is led by, get myself back up here, Jalen Sasser with 9 points, 6 each for Zaldi Jackson and for Michael Zabatakis. For the Bulldogs, Ty Parks, who has 2 3-pointers in the game, he's got 10 points and 5 rebounds to lead Union. 9 for JT DeBuck, who's 3 for 3 in 3-pointers. And you've got 5 for Jalen Johnson, who has contributed a 3. So a rather average scoring afternoon with Union on top 33-30. And it'll be interesting to see if we have one that goes right down to the wire. Certainly if the first half is any indication, it could well be so. And when we come back from our halftime feature, we'll bring you all of the halftime statistics. Mark Campbell is going down out of the stands to, I think, take a break and have an opportunity to glad hand some of the fans who are here. Lady Bulldogs won this afternoon against West Georgia, if you just joined us, 79-49. And that brings you up to date on where we are with just about everything. So right now, we're going to take a brief break. And when we come back, it is going to be me, by the magic of television, down in Olive Branch, Mississippi, with an interview with one of your all-time favorites, Jerry Mathers, the Beaver.
We are very excited about the donation that the McAfee family has made for a new building on the Great Lawn. One of the benefits that I see from the new building is that we will be able to recruit at a higher level. This new building is going to be state-of-the-art. It's going to house engineering and computer science as well as the McAfee School of Business, where there'll be great synergy amongst all of our majors.
Interacting with other disciplines, the business world, computer science, sciences in general, is essential for the development of new leading-edge technologies. In engineering, we use and develop technology in order to improve the world around us. We want to help the people around us through the technology and the projects that we develop. And it's exciting to watch our students do so successfully.
We can't wait to embrace all that the Lord has for us in the future. Each of these core values, excellence-driven, Christ-centered, people-focused, and future-directed, indeed are part of Union's DNA. They're who we are. And the reality is that all the core values in the world, you could print them on everything and put them on every building, but if we don't live them out, they don't amount to anything. And so at Union, we want these core values to be how we're fulfilling our mission to the glory of God and for the good of all people.
Steve Beverly's TV Classics can cure what ails you.
I watched and it got rid of my hemorrhoids.
Staying awake at night? Just watch TV Classics.
My daughter watched and she went right to sleep.
Do not watch Steve Beverly's TV Classics. It bites upsets your stomach. Do not watch if high drama leads to emotional distress. And do not turn on TV6 Saturday or Sunday at 7 if hillbillies give you a gallbladder attack.
Ask your doctor if Steve Beverly's Classics is right for you.
Well, on Steve Beverly's TV Classics, we got him right here. From Mayfield, actually from California, but he's still in the hearts of so many people from Mayfield. Jerry Mathers, the Beaver, and of course, still on MeTV every morning and FETV, and I think that'll go on for eternity, Jerry.
Well, it's in a lot more places than that because it plays in about 60 languages all over the world. So a lot of people that live in places that didn't really know the United States think that it's all like Mayfield.
Yeah, you know, you come to think about it, and everybody tries to guess what state was Mayfield in, and you never can really zero. And even though Ward said at one time, really in 2 episodes, that he was from Shaker Heights.
Well, he may have been from Shaker Heights, but they wanted to make sure that the show's characters could be any place in the United States. So they were very, very strict about never saying, oh, it's on the West Coast, East Coast. They just didn't want people to know that.
Tell me, when here you were 9 years old, you get the role as Beaver. In your wildest imagination, could you have pictured that here we are 65 years later and it's still in the hearts of so many people?
Absolutely not. I mean, we knew it was a very good show, but, you know, it was just something. I'd been working as an actor since I was 2 years old, so I had a lot of different shows. I worked with Hitchcock, I worked with Alan Ladd, worked with all these great people. So, you know, we just thought, well, it's a nice little show and it'll be on. Okay, we'll do maybe 5-6 years and then it'll just go away, but it never has. You know, and it plays all over the world. That's the really interesting thing, and introduces America to a lot of foreign countries.
You told me in an interview about 20 years ago that ABC really wanted to do another couple of years, but you were ready to play high school football at the point in time the series ended. Looking back on that, no regrets?
None at all. I mean, we did that for 6 years, and, you know, it was a 39 weeks, and then we'd go out on a production thing where we'd go meet different people in different cities. We would take about 3 weeks off and go back to filming again, and I did that for 6 years. So I was just ready for a break when I could go to regular school, be with other kids. I had a private tutor, and Tony Dow, who played Wally, had his own tutor because he was in high school. I was in basically elementary and then junior high. So it was just, you know, it was the right time to close it down, and so we did.
Let's talk about in the years succeeding after that. And I look around this room today, people have passed by your table one by one, and they love the Beeve. They have always wanted to meet you, and they have this opportunity right here. What does it mean to you personally that a character you created in the 1950s still means something to people?
Well, you know, it really makes my heart feel good, because it was easy, but it wasn't that easy. And it's just so wonderful that this many years later, so many people have grown up with it. They saw it when they were a kid, and they still will watch it. You know, basically we started in 1957, so it's been on the air in, I think it's 22 languages since 1957.
Before we let you go, we got to at least acknowledge Tony Dow, who was supposed to be here at the Mid-South Nostalgia Festival, but he has contracted cancer again. He's fighting it hard. Tell us what you can about Tony right now.
You know, I honestly don't know that much about him. I know that he's a real fighter. He's basically a huge athlete. I mean, that's why he got the part of Wally. He was an AAU swimming and diving champ. So he's somebody that, you know, is, I've always thought, the best of shape of anybody. So it's just really, it's hard to believe that he could even be sick and to have something that serious. But I know he's a fighter, so I know he'll be back.
A lot of prayers are going out from people all over the country for Tony Dow. Jerry, it's been great to have you here in the Mid-South and in the Memphis area, and we look forward to seeing you again. But I can tell you, as you have heard from so many of these people coming by, we watch every morning and we'll continue to.
Well, that's a good thing, but, you know, it's a great show, and I know adults watch it, and then they get their kids watching it. So we've had basically 3 or 4 generations of people watching it.
Congratulations again on something that is still dear to our hearts all across the country. Jerry Mathers, the Beaver, and we'll be right back with more of Steve Beverly's TV Classics right after this.
Hey, Steve Beverly's TV Classics is now on every Saturday night.
Oh, that's right.
You're invited to watch.
Oh, how can I turn down such a gracious invitation?
It's on every Saturday from 7 to 10.
I think it's wonderful.
Sheer genius.
It's on E+ TV6.
People do seem to like my smile.
Watch Saturday night, 7 to 10 on E+ TV6, where our reruns are the best.
They sure are.
It's all online, and I can take the courses at any time that I want. I can do my homework at any time I want.
not missing out on any soccer games, any cheer games, volleyball, any type of activities with my children, and I still feel that I'm getting the proper education, but not being away from my family.
If I really want to accelerate my program, I can do that at Union. If I need to slow down a little bit because other things are coming up in life, I can slow it down as well.
I can work at my pace. We have modules that are due every week. There's all kinds of opportunities for you to have additional help available 24/7. Whenever I have time to work on it, it's there. And so that has worked well for my schedule.
So it gives me a lot of flexibility to get done with my work day, spend time with my children, and then jump right in and get my homework done at the end of the day.
Halftime here at Fred DeLay Gymnasium. Let's take a look at your stats. And for Union, back to normal when it comes to shooting, 41%, 12 out of 29. West Georgia is 36%, just about what their season average has been looking at. And they actually, for the season, let me check that back again. They shoot 47%, so Union has held them below their season average, 36%. Three-pointers. This is a much better category for Union than it was on Tuesday night. When we were here Tuesday night, at this point at halftime, Union was 0 for 10. Tonight, they are 7 of 11 for 64%. Much better on the target. West Georgia, 2 out of 10 for 20. In free throws, Union has only been to the line 3 times and hit 2 of them. West Georgia, 7 out of 10 for 70%. Union with the edge in rebounding, 22-19. And in turnovers, here's the big thing, is that the Bulldogs have coughed it up much more. That defensive pressure that West Georgia puts on has really given Union some fits. 8 turnovers for the Bulldogs to only 3 for the Wolves. And here's the deal. This is a rarity that Union would not have a single point off turnovers at halftime. West Georgia has picked up 7, and that's a big factor in why they are within 3 in this game right now at 33-30. And those are your halftime statistics, brought to you by Worthy Road Studios, for the finest in video production, whether it is church services, sports, or special events. Number 1 in West Tennessee for video is Worthy Road Studios. And let me also tell you that down the stretch in December, we'll be back here with a number of contests. It'll be more toward the tail end of December, although we've got the 2 games coming up to wind up November on Monday and Tuesday night. And then we're going to be coming back to action. I'm going to go back to my schedule here very quickly so I can at least confirm these dates for you. We will be coming back here after Monday and Tuesday night. We'll be coming back here on Friday night, a rare Friday night game, December the 16th, against Auburn Montgomery. No, that'll be, let me check that again. That is going to be against Montevallo. And then an extremely rare Sunday afternoon game on the 18th. It'll be a doubleheader against Auburn Montgomery on that particular date. And then that'll wind up our telecast for the pre-Christmas period. And then we'll pick the action back up here on January the 5th against Shorter. Shorter and Lee usually come in for the same weekend, and that will happen again. So we'll have that in early January, and the season will start flying by at that point. But as we told you before, we went to our halftime feature. Ty Parks with 10, DeBuck with 9, and on the other side, Sasser with 9, and Zabatakis and Jackson with 6 each. And again, this game is for leadership in the Gulf South Conference. These 2 teams, as well as Valdosta State, are tied at the top at 2-0. Union is at this stage, in addition, 3-2 on the season after the loss to McKendree in a non-conference game this past Tuesday night. And so that's how everything is stacking up here. And the Bulldogs as we've looked at it, they've had their opportunities to extend this lead, but we've had nobody to have had a lead in this game that has been larger than 5 points. So it could be very interesting as we go down the stretch. And it could be one of those situations, depending on who has the hot hand at the tail end of this one. And Dave Niven really stressed to this team the importance of looking at this one as being as important as any conference game that they will play in late February. And it is, because most of your schedule now consists of conference games, 24 of them. And you know there are going to be some losses along the way, but the key thing is not allowing things to get away from you because it's an early season game, because you can't think of it like one of these non-conference games, and Union will have a tough one on Tuesday night against North Georgia. Well, I can tell you the North Georgia and Union women's battles back in the NAIA years were legendary. And here we go. First possession goes to the Wolves. And we'll see if they throw everything to the Wolves here in this second half. And it is Zavatakis. The fall away is short. Released it a little bit before he was at the height of his jump. He had the angle right, but just didn't have the full range. Bulldogs again trying to keep the edge as well and rebounding. Littlepage, who was held scoreless in the first half and just managed to dish that off in Union with only 7 on the shot clock. And Gidgel, the fall away is off the back of the iron. And that was a possession that had to be rushed. And working Gidgel with the block and managed to just mess everything up, but it is Zavatakis with the follow. He has 8. He only played 12 minutes in the first half. And the give and go underneath. Gidgel gets behind the defenders and gets that Bank of Jackson shot. And Union back to the 3-point lead that it had at halftime. And that curl hook is there for Griffin. That's his 4th of the day. West Georgia just intense on defense. This is, as we said, this is going to be a physical battle today, and it is. I mean, they don't play off the defenders very much. Give and go again, though, and the block nicely navigated by Fisher. He timed that, and there was just, it was either going to be give or go, and he got the go. And underneath the foul. That will give West Georgia an opportunity to take the lead. DeBuck is charged with his 2nd. That's the first foul of the second half. And so at the line is Zodie Jackson. He's not been to the stripe today. And he gets it. As we say, this is a precision free throw shooting team. Jackson, an 83% shooter. Zavatakis, 82. Sasser, 71. And Barnes off the bench has not missed this season. Well, I take it back. He missed in the first half. That was his first miss, but he's 5 of 6 for the season. DeBuck with that reckless style that he has. $18 on the shot clock. And on the inside, yes, and the foul. He switched hands and got the left-handed floater. So Ty Parks connects. He has 12. He's 4 of 5 from the floor so far. And Union back to the lead. And a chance for a 3-point play. Parks, an 86% shooter. And delivers. Back to the 2-point lead. This is just a grinder of a game. You just gut it out and hope you have gutted it out more than your opponent at the end. And they try to go underneath and scrambling to get it, and overshooting it was Sasser. Sasser, the top scorer in this one for West Georgia. They're way out front in the perimeter. And a foul on the drive charged to Zabatakis. No, it's not. They say his foot was on the line, and Zabatakis was holding his hands up as if to say, I had position. His foot touched the line, so for Union, that's turnover number 9. Unforced errors have really helped to keep this West Georgia team in the game because they picked up 7 points off Union turnovers. Fall-away bank shot is there. Oh, what timing there was on that one by Fisher. Back to a tie game, and that's 9 points off Union mistakes. Double spin move, and Parks almost lost it. He had a screen. He had a 3. Parks, 5 of 6 from the floor. He's hit all 3 of his 3-pointers. He has 16 to lead this game. Now watch the setup here from Jackson. And that one's short. Union trying to get a little bit of a cushion. They only lead by 3. This would be one of the rare 2-possession leads they have if they can connect. And Littlepage for a 3. No, off the iron. And Gidgel quick for the offensive board. And that one was short. And another offensive board from Littlepage. And the 3 is short. Volleyball tip doesn't work. They had 3 shots at it and couldn't make it work. That was a triple spin move and a foul called rather delayed, but it is charged to DeBuck, and that will be his 3rd. At the very last minute was that foul called. 15:42 remaining. Union on top, 41-38.
Championship DNA. That's what you find at Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way. A full line of new Chevrolets plus West Tennessee's largest used car inventory. State-of-the-art service work and pre-approved auto loans online at JonesChevroletHumboldt.com. Shop with a winner. Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way. The most important benefit when you buy from Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way? Peace of mind. Jones Chevrolet's warranty forever comes with every qualifying new and pre-owned vehicle. Powertrain coverage for as long as you own your vehicle. Find out more at Jones Chevrolet in Three-Way.
Well, Union has the first strike when it comes to a player that is in foul trouble, and that is J.T. DeBuck, somebody that they could ill afford to lose at this point. He's got 9 points. He's hit 3 3-pointers, and he just committed his 3rd foul on one that was at the absolute 11th hour. As you see our handheld drone shot here in Fred DeLay Gymnasium. Bulldogs had an opportunity to go up 5, and as I say, it's been a long time since either team in this game has had a 2-possession lead. So we'll go to the free throw line, and it is Griffin who will be there for us. Colton Griffin today has 4 points, and this is his first trip to the free throw line. West Georgia 9 of 12 for 75%. Off the back of the iron. Griffin is not one of their stronger percentage shooters from the stripe. And he got the second of the 2. So it's back to a 2-point margin and what we call a modified press. They bring 2 up front to challenge. DeBuck is on the bench with 3 fouls, and so right now it's going to be Newsom who does a lot of the damage in the backcourt along with Jalen Johnson. Inside to Littlepage, who's had all kinds of problems today. Union will play it with 8 on the shot clock. And these are the things that you rehearse when you have limited time in the possession. And that's one of those that you just can't do, particularly. And Union gets the steal right back, the jumper. No, it does not fall. And quick to extend his hand was Jackson. Oh, my goodness. Beautiful left-hand layup for Donatland. And we're back to a tie at 41. Restart the engines, gentlemen. Almost stolen. It is stolen. 2 lackadaisical passes in a row and a lackadaisical reverse layup by Donatland. You got to be looking for somebody to pass off to. And trying to set the play once again is Newsom. He can't get an open screen, but instead takes the jumper. So for Emmanuel Newsom, his first basket of the day, in Union back to the lead. Reverse layup is not there, but the tip is. Terrific job with the follow by Sasser, who's now in double figures with 11. Union spreads it out once again, and going to the deck hard was Jalen Johnson. On the inside, and Little Page can't make it fall, but he'll go to the free throw line. Jeremiah, they have really bared down on him this afternoon. He's got 7 rebounds and 3 assists, but he has missed all 4 of his shots from the field and the 1 free throw he attempted. Let's see if he can pick up 1 here. 2 would be better if you're a Union fan. Oh, well short. Gidgell's back in the game to spell Jalen Johnson. And he gets the second of the 2, and Union now with a 1-point lead. That's Jeremiah's first point of the day. 8 different Bulldogs have scored, 7 different Wolves. Almost stolen, but it's a kick. So West Georgia will play it with a new 20. And let's see how they play it on the toss-in. Lots of time remaining in this one, 13:44. This is a gut-wrencher. Zavatakis has not been a prolific scorer today, but he has made his presence when he's in there. And a beautiful turnaround bank for Sasser. He has 13 to lead the Wolves. Setting the play once again, Newsom. Union has to avoid those costly turnovers. They've made 11 in the game to only 4 for West Georgia. Down to 7 on the shot clock. They were wanting a give and go to Parks. Little Page may have to take this one himself. And Newsom couldn't get it off. That was indeed a 30-second clock violation. 12th turnover for the Bulldogs. And so far, that has led to 9 points by West Georgia. And yet Union still leads by 1. They go inside, and it was like watching, and they say it actually went off the fingertips of Sarver. That was almost like watching dominoes fall. Newsom will check out. West Georgia trying to get its first lead of the second half, and Zavatakis lost it. And they're negotiating possession with 12 on the shot clock, and it will belong back to the Wolves. Zavatakis very cool under pressure. Somebody who's a graduate student, you would expect him to be. And they go behind midcourt to get that one in. They're down to 6. And a give and go. And the layup is not there. Great defense on the part of the Bulldogs. And DeBuck is back in with the 3 fouls. Parks trying to work one-on-one. He can't get any room in the lane. And the bank will not drop for Little Page, but he'll go to the line for 2. The foul is charged to Sasser. That is his first. This West Georgia team has only committed 7 fouls in the entire game. Union has only committed 9. Nobody is close to the bonus yet. Just over 12 minutes remaining, and Little Page got it. And checking back in is Tommaso Gini for West Georgia. And Jeremiah gets them both. That's where all his points have come from today. And Union back to the lead as we go seesaw, 46-45. This thing could come down to who has possession last. Zabatakis always looking for the open player, and he lost it on the drive-in. And Niven is up off the bench, did not like the call whatsoever. And 11:54 remaining. Timeout is called. Union hanging on to a treacherous 1-point lead, 46-45. Well, Dave Niven got nothing out of that negotiation with the official, but his argument was that there was no foul and that it was just, frankly, just a bad ball handling situation on the part of West Georgia, but he made no progress with that argument. Each team with 3 team fouls, and we are under 12 minutes to go. And as I say, it's rare in this game to have seen anybody with a 2-possession lead. It's been staying 1, 2, 3 points, tied all the way through this second half. Union was on top 33-30 at halftime. Bulldogs still shooting 41% from the floor. West Georgia has inched up to 39%. They have not been able to hit well from behind the arc. The Wolves 17%, Union 57% today. Bulldogs still with the edge, rebounding 29-25, but they just have not been able to pull out to any kind of a cushion. And Zabatakis, a rare one that just hits the front of the iron. I mean, this is a guy who is an 82% free throw shooter. That just doesn't happen often. Chance to tie, and short both times. You will not see Michael Zabatakis do that often at all. It's just a rarity to see him miss 2 consecutive. Jordovich is in at the post to give a bit of a spell here, and that bounce pass from Parks went right into the hand of his defender, and he gets it right back from him. Turnabout's fair play, and Sarver has it blocked on the way up, and Jordovich can't hold on to it. Oh, both of these teams, and finally getting it home at the opposite end. J.J. Barnes, he has 3, and the floater well short for DeBuck. And now it looks as though West Georgia is trying to pick up the tempo in this game, and the foul is going to be on Sarver. Union had its opportunities to extend a slim lead and frittered them away. And now West Georgia back to the free throw line, where they have already been 16 times today and hit 10. And Barnes is at the line. The young man from Marietta. And gets an extremely friendly roll. A 48-46 lead. And gets them both. And Barnes has only missed 1 free throw all season. And that was today in the first half. And a whistle. And that's going to, let's see who they're going to charge that one to. That one is going against Griffin. That is his second. Zabatakis is playing with 3 and Jackson with 2. Long 3. Nope, off the mark. Here they go trying to beat the Bulldogs back down the floor. And Zabatakis, he just willed his way in for that one. He's in double digits with 10, and it's now a 5-point lead for the Wolves. And they're feeling it here at Fred DeLay. Going to the corner, DeBuck, who's had a reasonably good afternoon, can't get open. Down to 3. He's going to have to put it up. And DeBuck, it's short. And Union has it with a new 20, and how fortunate they were because that ball hit the iron with 2 seconds left in the possession. And even though we got 10 minutes remaining in the game, this is a crucial one for Union because you don't want to suddenly, because it is a 2-possession lead. If Union gives up another one, it's a 3-possession lead for West Georgia. And it hung up on the lip, and Parks can't get it to fall. Union with a third opportunity, and Parks for the 3. It is short. They missed 3 opportunities at the basket. 51-46 with 9:30 remaining. West Georgia controlling it and now slowing the tempo. And getting it right home for the layup. And quite happy about that was Zoddy Johnson, who has 10, and Dave Niven says, let's talk it over. 9:19 remaining. And it is West Georgia now up 53-46.
We realize you have a busy lifestyle, and at the Bank of Jackson, we're here to help you fulfill all of your financial needs, personal and business loans, mortgages, online banking and bill pay, and so much more. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Well, this is a point where Dave Niven really has to bear down and see if he can get this team settled down because they've committed 13 turnovers in the game, and that has killed some momentum. And then they've had at least 3 possessions in the game where they've had 3 shots in the basket and have not been able to deliver. And all of a sudden, after trailing most of the game, even though by slim margins, West Georgia is now up 53-46. And the Bulldogs' shooting percentage has now slid backward to 35%, down to 16 of 46. West Georgia has now moved up to 43%. And at halftime, it was really the reverse of all of that. This is the largest lead anybody has had in the game. Union's biggest lead was at 21-17, and the Bulldogs led at halftime 33-30. It's Union's ball. And they don't have to start bombing up threes, although they've been pretty strong with them this afternoon. But the thing is, they have to quit frittering away opportunities. They have really done a strong defensive job on Jeremiah Littlepage today. 10 on the shot clock. Fallaway was just not there. No authority on that one by DeBuck. And now West Georgia is playing with extreme confidence. Very collected. Big 3. No, that would have been huge because they would have been up 10 with that. It's a 2-on-1, and the lob goes over the head of Littlepage. They were trying to get one of those time dunks, and it did not go. Turnover number 14 for the Bulldogs. That's the difference in the game today. Also, West Georgia has an edge in the paint, 34-12, and that zone defense that they have played has had a lot of problems. Can you believe that from Zavatakis? Falling away, one-handed, a simple push shot, and got the bank. West Georgia by 9, threatening to pull away big time, and that's knocked away. Union will play it with 20 on the shot clock. Well, as I told you, this Zavatakis, who's got 12 in the game now, he's just very calm and collected no matter where they are in the score. And here we go with Parks. He was blocked, and he goes to the line for 2. And Union has been just absolutely quiet for about the last 4 minutes of this game. And we got timeout with just under 8 minutes remaining. West Georgia in control, 55-46.
Buying a home is a major milestone, and at the Bank of Jackson, we want to help you achieve it. Our mortgage specialists can assist you with conventional, VA, FHA, or construction loans, as well as USDA and THDA development loans. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
And there you see some of the victorious Lady Bulldogs chowing down on their pizza or whatever else they have that is serving them well this afternoon. And it's well-deserved because of their 79-49 victory over West Georgia. And we'll see them again Monday night right here. 5:45 is our airtime, 6 o'clock tip-off as the Lady Bulldogs will take on Trevecca Nazarene, one of their old foes that they, for so many years, were in the same conference with back in the NAIA years. And when the two teams went Division II, everything split apart and they went their separate ways in different conferences. But they were able to get this game scheduled just after Thanksgiving in one of the rare non-conference dates that these two teams are going to have during the course of the season. And you see Bo Gidgel trying to give encouragement to Ty Parks. And Gidgel's going to go to the line for 2. Bo with 6 in the game today. He's missed his only free throw opportunity. And got that one. Bulldogs 7 of 9 from the line, but they just haven't been able to go that often. West Georgia has been 18 times to the stripe. In and out. He has had so many shots from the floor or the free throw line today that have done just that. And West Georgia a chance for a 2-for-1 or even a 3-for-1. Although their threes have not been, and Zavatakis is going to take one and it's short. But they get the offensive board. On the inside, broken up, and they give it to Union. They say it went off the fingertips of Griffin. So Union, this is where you've got to capitalize off of turnovers. Union has not made a single point in this game off of a West Georgia turnover. And if you're a Bulldog fan, it needs to happen here. 15 on the shot clock. And thrown away. Turnover matching turnover. 15 turnovers now for the Bulldogs. And a chance to just take their time. They're going to skate as much time as they can. Look for the open player. Trying to get a screen. And going right by his defender and getting it to hang up on the iron and nail it through. And Jackson with 12. Union now trailing by a full 10. Parks wanted to go for the 3, but he was picked up defensively so quick. And he had it in the cylinder and out. Ty has just been snake bitten in the second half. And West Georgia threatening to pull away with this one. They've held Union to 14 points in this second half. Fall away one-hander, banks off, but they get the offensive board. And they'll just take their time. Zavatakis working against Parks. Almost stolen by Parks, but Zavatakis picks it back up. And driving between the defenders, and it was too high. The rebound comes off to Gidgel. And Bo is determined to go down with this one. Well, he went down. The shot didn't, but he'll go to the line for two. The foul is charged to Genie, and that is his first. But it is the 16th foul against West Georgia, so the next one will put Union in the bonus. Here's the big guy from Los Angeles. Gets it. Bo on the season is only a 65% free throw shooter, but if you can get two out of him in this possession, you'll take it. And again, off the back of the iron. Tipped away, and it goes to Union. Boy, Griffin didn't think so. He thought it was off the hands of Parks. And Zavatakis, the team captain, trying to negotiate with the official. He doesn't get anywhere with it. So Union with an opportunity for a three-point possession here. And it was slapped away by Griffin, so Union plays it again with 14 to go on the shot clock. 5:47 to go in the game. Seconds ticking away for Union to have an opportunity to try to come back in this one. And getting it to hang up on the lip. Ty Parks. And Union needed that one. 57-50. Parks with 18. Chance of defense from the Bulldog bench. And they need it right here. Kicked outside for the three, and it is there. J.J. Barnes with his first three, and it gets it back to a 10-point advantage. Kicking out for the three, Parks. There's your Jones Chevrolet three to make it a 60-53 game. Now, look at where the defense is for Union. Playing this man-to-man and trying to force West Georgia into an inopportune shot. And that, what a curl lay-in that was. That's almost unstoppable from as far away from the basket as he was, and Barnes is in double digits with 10. The jumper is there for DeBuck. But Union has to get some stops, 62-55. Union badly needs a couple of stops to put some pressure on this Wolf team that has just absolutely made its mark in the second half, only committed 6 turnovers in the entire game. Inside, Bank was too hard. Looked like volleyball for a bit. And we're under 4 minutes. Time ticking away if you're a Bulldog fan. And is it? Yep. Called the turnover, said he stepped on the end line with 3:40 to go. Our final media timeout. Union trailing West Georgia 62-55.
Are you looking for a Christian college or starting the college search process? I want to take a second to tell you about my school, Union University in Jackson, Tennessee. Union is a private 4-year university known for its rigorous academics, Christ-centered community, and the success of its graduates. My favorite part about Union is the faculty. The professors here are so intentional about helping students grow not only academically, but also spiritually. You should check out Union for yourself. Come for a visit. I know you'll love it. At Union University, you'll be transformed.
So the Bulldogs, who had a 33-30 halftime lead for about the last 10 minutes of this game, have found themselves climbing a high uphill ladder. 62-55, they trail, and trying to find any opportunity they can. They'll have the ball when we come back, trying to get this under a 2-possession lead, so maybe in the closing moments they can challenge. And you got balanced scoring across the board. Sasser, the leader for West Georgia, with 13. Jackson with 12. Zabatakis with 12. And Barnes with 10 for Union. 19 for Ty Parks. 11 for DeBuck and 10 for Bo Gidgel. So let's see how Dave Niven plays it out of the media timeout. He has 2 regular timeouts left, and West Georgia has 3. West Georgia is not in any hurry to use any of it. Now, they don't have to be excessively urgent until you get down to the 2-minute mark. Little Page, who's had a rough afternoon, got it, and the foul. He deceived everybody and nailed that reverse layup to make it a 62-57 game. And a chance to make it an even 2-possession game with this one. Jeremiah 3 of 4 from the line. 4 of 5. We're down to a 4-point game as we approach 3 minutes remaining. But this West Georgia team will not be in any kind of hurry. And underneath, high up, and the foul is going to be charged to Little Page. That's his 3rd. That was one of those where the body contact just couldn't be avoided. So at the line is Zaudy Jackson. He is 2 for 2 from the line today, and he is one of their best. And they are in the 1-and-1 bonus for the rest of the way. Sarver comes out. Johnson comes in. Parks and Gidgel each have 3 fouls for Union. Griffin does for West Georgia. Got them both. Those were big. Union, again, it's too early to have to worry about putting up a big bomb 3. All right, we're at 3 minutes. Gidgel in all kinds of traffic and gets it to Little Page. I don't know if that was an intended lob, but that's what happened. Jeremiah with 8. And you're getting some enthusiasm from the Union fans now at 64-60. And they go inside the paint. Open for the 3. No! And DeBuck, he's in trouble. And did he get the timeout? Yep. Niven called the timeout, and so we're going to keep it right here with 2 minutes and 29 seconds remaining. Union has closed it from a 10-point margin to 64-60. It was 60-50 back with 5:19 remaining, and Union has managed a 10-4 run and has possession now. And so the key thing is just playing smart basketball at this point. Right now in the game, Parks with 19, Gidgel 10, DeBuck 11. Little Page has now come on with 8. And you can see some of our fans here who are hoping for a Union comeback. And they're all giving us the wave right here. Not the old-fashioned wave that I'm glad has, I believe, been retired in intercollegiate and professional sports. That was one of the absolute worst traditions, I think, that was ever added to sports. Parks has got to get somebody open, and he does. It's Little Page who comes up front because they were going with that 3-man press. All right, 2:20 remaining. Inside, Little Page working one-on-one. Rainbow hook goes through. He has 10. It's a 2-point game with 2:10 remaining. The Bulldogs still have a ladder to climb, though. They're still trailing by a basket. You hear the fans at the Fred. They're letting themselves be heard. Offensive foul is charged to Jackson. Bulldogs a chance to tie it or take the lead. A minute 50 remaining. Don't go to the refrigerator. Inside, it is Gidgel. It did not fall. He didn't get it high enough off the glass. If you're a Bulldog fan, that one hurt. Slowing the tempo down with this 2-point lead. Listen to him. Ten on the shot clock, and Zavatakis has it, working against Parks. Underneath, he blocked it, but they get the offensive board. And it still doesn't fall. A second tip, a third tip, a fourth one. And here they go. 4 opportunities at the basket, and they could not make it fall. A minute remaining. Check your blood pressure, everybody. And a foul on the drive. No, he stepped on the end line. Gidgel trying to get by his defender. 16th turnover for Union. They're quickly going to get Sarver back into the game for defensive purposes. Union with 2 chances to tie this one and frittered both of them away. And this is one where they absolutely have to get a stop. And you see Parks, he's lurking back in the back, working against Zavatakis. They don't want to get him behind for a cheap layup. 19 on the shot clock, taking his time on it. Jackson takes the jumper, got it. 32 seconds remaining. We'll keep it here, 64-62. 66-62 with that basket. So Union has to have 2 possessions. One of them has to be a stop. You got to figure the Bulldogs will try to go down and get some kind of an open 2. They really don't have to have a 3. They'll go down to have some kind of an open 2, and then you got to expect probably if we have fewer than 18 seconds left in the game, they'll go to the foul fest. And the problem you have is that there's not a good player on this West Georgia team to foul. Because you've got Barnes, who's up until today was perfect from the line, and Barnes today has been 3 out of 4. He's 7 out of 8 for the season for 87%. Jackson, 83%. Zavatakis, 82%. Sasser, 71%. Pick your poison there, because it is just not going to be easy to navigate your way in. 5 minutes to 6 in Jackson for those of you watching this live, but 32 seconds. That's the most important time on the clock for the Bulldogs. And we may have to rush it out of here to get back to our regular programming at 6 o'clock. But then again, you never know how long it's going to take to play 32 seconds. Union will have it at the opposite end, and you can see the expressions of confidence on the faces of the West Georgia team. So let's see what Dave Niven has dialed up. It'll be Johnson to toss it in back at the opposite end, and they're going to bring 3 up front for West Georgia, trying to make it as difficult as possible for Union to get it across. All right, Union's across with 27 left in the game. We'll be watching the game clock for you. For the 3. No, well short. And that probably did it. 16 seconds remaining. And the foul is just not easy. And frankly, that doesn't put them on the line, because There's 6. That's the 6th foul. Sarver is going to check in. 16 seconds remaining, so Union's going to have to commit a quick one right here. Well, they need a steal desperately. He can't get anybody open, but finally did, and it's Sarver who commits the foul. So we'll bring it back down with 15 seconds remaining, and Union trailing 66-62, and who is on the line? It is going to be Barnes. Well, this is a guy you don't want there if you're the opposition because he's deadly. This is a 1-and-1. Got it. He is, shall we say, a credit card that is good no matter where he is at the line. Johnson will check back in for the offense after the free throw. 68-62. And they're pressing Union. Bulldogs are going to have to throw one up very, very quickly. And the foul, and that's something that they could ill afford to do. 10 seconds remaining in the game. Jalen Johnson is on the line. He's an 80% free throw shooter. Jalen today has been held to 5 points. He has not been to the line. Connects. 68-63. I got a feeling we'll go back down to the opposite end one more time at the free throw line. We'll watch it with you. Jalen with both of them to make it 68-64. Expect a quick foul here. And they get it. And Gidgel quickly down with 8.5 seconds left to commit the foul. The only thing they could possibly hope for in this case is to miss the front end of the 1-and-1. That's really about the only hope they have. Sasser is at the free throw line. 71% shooter. And even if he were to miss the front end of the 1-and-1, it would take a miracle for Union to get 2 possessions with 8.5 seconds remaining and navigate 2 baskets. Now, Sasser delivers 69-64, and that should do it. It's almost impossible for the Bulldogs to get 2 possessions. In and out, and they get the offensive board. And the foul. 5.6 seconds remaining, and about all this is going to do with Jackson at the line is just extend a lead that is going to make the game look like it's a little further apart than it actually was. So it is Barnes at the line, and he's had a day at the free throw line, 6 out of 7, and this could make it 7 of 8. We'll give you a very quick wrap-up at the end of this one before we go back on E+ TV 6 to TV Classics. Well, and taking it all the way home, and it doesn't fall, and West Georgia has taken the measure of Union 71-64 in a game that was really a grinder most of the way. And was one of these contests that, frankly, once West Georgia got a 10-point lead, it was just too much for the Bulldogs to overcome because they played very smart defense, and also it was very hard to get stops against them. And Union had the distinct edge in most of the statistical categories in the first half, but let's show you what it was as we wind up. West Georgia, 40% from the floor, Union 38%. The Bulldogs were really hot in this game from 3 points early on. They had 7 of their first 10. They were 9 of 18 in the game for 50%. West Georgia could not hit three-pointers well, 2 out of 10 for 20%. Each team 73% from the free throw line. West Georgia came back, though, toward the end. They were getting offensive rebounds, and they were getting stops, and they wound up with the edge rebounding 42-39. And then you had, in the turnover department, this was the key for Union. 16 turnovers to only 8 for West Georgia. And West Georgia with 15 points off turnovers to only 3 for Union. And in a 7-point game, that's huge. So they picked up so many points off turnovers, and Union just could not convert West Georgia's mistakes, and they didn't make many with 8. Let me run down your individual totals here. For West Georgia, Zoddy Jackson with 16 points to lead his team today. They had 4 players in double figures, and Jackson also added 2 rebounds, 4 assists. 14 points for J.J. Sasser with, that was, take a look at that, Jalen Sasser. 14 points for Jalen, 7 rebounds, 2 steals, and an assist. And then you had Barnes. I mean, just take a look at what he delivered today. J.J. had 14 points, was 7 of 8 from the free throw line, 5 rebounds, 1 assist, and 1 steal. And then over for Union, Ty Parks. He did his part, 19 on the afternoon, 6 of 10 from the floor, 4 of 5 from the free throw line. He had 6 rebounds and 1 assist and a steal. And then it was Justin DeBuck, JT, with 11 points. He had a rebound and 2 assists. Bo Gidgel and Jeremiah Littlepage, each with 10. Littlepage had a strong late game. He was held scoreless in the first half, and he came on strong, but they just couldn't get him open enough in the first half to make a big difference. He added 8 rebounds to the game. Gidgel had 8 rebounds as well. But it was a lead that Union could not overcome, and so 71-64 West Georgia wins. Our Worthy Road Studios player of the game is going to be Zoddy Jackson. His 16 points, 4 of them from the free throw line, 2 rebounds, and 4 assists. He was all over the floor today. You could have given it to any of 4 of the Wolves, but we're going to give it to Zoddy Jackson, and our congratulations to him. So Union falls to 3-3 on the season, now 2-1, falling out of a tie for first place in the Gulf South Conference. For West Georgia, they're now 3-1 on the season and 3-0 in the Gulf South Conference. And so they remain in a tie for first place as we approach next week's games. And so we will be back here again Monday and Tuesday night with single games. It'll be a women's game on Monday night as the Lady Bulldogs, who were winners today 79-49 over West Georgia. The Lady Bulldogs will be taking on Trevecca Nazarene in a non-conference game. And then on Tuesday night, had to get my night straight here because it's all over the place with the schedule. Tuesday night, the Bulldogs will be right back here trying to get back on the winning track after losing 2 in a row. And they will be taking on North Georgia. That will give them plenty to ask for on this floor. Both of those games will be 6 o'clock. Tip-offs will be on the air at 5:45 all across the Bulldog Network. So it's time for us to say goodbye and hope that all of you have a great remainder of your Thanksgiving weekend, and I hope you enjoy your worship tomorrow. And it's always important to spend time in worship with your families. And the executive producer of Worthy Road Studios is Paul Schultze. The executive producer of Union University Sports is Stephen Aldridge. And cameras, Eric Inman, Paul Schultze himself, and Zach Henson. And the game was directed by our ever-cool, ever-present director, Christopher Reasons. And your producers, Paul Schultze and yours truly. So until we're with you again Monday night at 5:45, this is Steve Beverly saying so long from the great hub city of West Tennessee.